西游记第1章，林根养流园，心法修大道。得益于盘古开天辟地，三皇统治天下，五帝定法，才将世界划分为东胜神州、西牛贺州、南赡部洲。
Journey to the West, Chapter 1. The spiritual roots nourish the source of flow, and the mind cultivates the great road. Thanks to the creation of Pangu, the rule of the 3 emperors, and the establishment of laws by the 5 emperors, the world was divided into Dongxing Shenzhou, Rhinoceros River State, Nanshan Buzhou.
北居鲁州4大洲，本书只列出东胜神州，海外有一国叫傲来，国滨海，海中有一座名山叫花果山，此山为10洲之祖、3岛之源，清浊开天辟地时建立。
The 4 continents of Luzhou are located in the north. This book only lists Dongxing Shenzhou. There is a country overseas called Aolai. The country is close to the sea, and there is a famous mountain in the sea called Huagua Mountain. This mountain is the ancestor of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands. It was built when Qingzhou created the world.
宇宙分裂后形成，好一座山啊！有诗为证。诗云：威压沧海，霸瑶海。威压沧海，潮涌于入洞；瑶海一统，浪涛翻滚，渗出深渊。水火四起，层峦叠嶂。
It was formed after the universe split. What a mountain! There are poems to prove it. The poem goes, overwhelm the Shanghai, dominate the Yaohai. The sea is under pressure, and the tide rushes fish into the cave. The Yao Sea is unified, the waves roll, and mirages emerge from the abyss. Water and fire are everywhere, and there are mountains and mountains.
东海巍峨峰峦，这里丹崖怪石，峭壁奇峰。丹崖上2只彩凤在鸣叫，峭壁前1只麒麟独卧。峰顶不时传来紧急啼叫声，观龙出入洞中。林中有兽鹿仙湖。
The East China Sea is full of majestic peaks. Here there are red cliffs, strange rocks, and cliffs and peaks. On the cliff, 2 colorful phoenixes were singing. In front of the cliff, a unicorn was lying alone. From time to time, the crow of golden pheasants can be heard from the top of the peak, and dragons can be seen entering and exiting the cave. There are longevity deer and fairy foxes in the forest.
树上有神鸟玄鹤，奇花异草永不凋谢，苍松翠柏常青。仙桃常结硕果，修竹常流云雾。溪中有藤蔓密布，堤上芳草清新。是百川汇聚处，支撑天空的柱子。
There is the sacred bird Xuanha on the tree. The exotic flowers and grasses never wither, the pines and cypresses are evergreen. Fairy peaches often bear fruit, and bamboos always leave clouds and mist. There are dense vines in the stream and fresh grass on the embankment. It is the pillar supporting the sky where hundreds of rivers converge.
是永不动摇的大地之根。山顶有一块仙人石，石高36尺5寸，周长24尺。36尺5寸高对应天球365度。
It is the root of the earth that never wavers. There is a fairy stone on the top of the mountain. The height of the stone is 36 feet and 5 inches, and its circumference is 24 feet. 36 feet and 5 inches high corresponds to 365 degrees of the celestial sphere.
周长24尺，对应正历24节气。石上有9孔8窍，对应9宫8卦。四面无数阴，左右有兰花相映。他自开天辟地以来，就受自然之恩。
The circumference of 24 feet corresponds to the 24 solar terms in the political calendar. There are 9 holes and 8 orifices on the stone, corresponding to the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams. There is no shade on all sides, but there are orchids on the left and right. It has been blessed by nature since the beginning of the world.
受日月之美，久而久之，便有了灵性。他体内的仙卵有一天破裂，生出一颗如球般大的石卵。他见了风，便化作一只五官全开、四肢发达的狮猴。
Receive the beauty of the sun and the moon, and over time, you will become spiritual. The fairy egg in its body burst one day and gave birth to a stone egg as big as a ball. When it saw the wind, it transformed into a stone monkey with fully open features and well-developed limbs.
学会了爬着走路，向四面八方叩拜。他的眼睛发出2道金色光芒，射进了斗宫。天上圣洁仁慈的玉皇大帝大经，端坐在金殿凌霄宫中，召集众仙。
I learned to crawl and walk, and bowed in all directions. Its eyes emitted 2 golden rays of light and shot into the Do Palace. The holy and benevolent Jade Emperor in the sky was shocked. He sat in the Lingxiao Palace of the Golden Palace and summoned all the immortals.
众仙见了金光，便命千里眼、风儿打开南门观看。2位将军听从命令，走了出去，看得清清楚楚，听得清清楚楚。不久，他回来报告，我奉命看守那金光。
When the immortals saw the golden light, they ordered the clairvoyants and wind ears to open the south gate and watch. The 2 generals obeyed the order and walked out, seeing and hearing clearly. Soon he came back and reported, I was ordered to guard the golden light.
是东胜大陆东部奥莱小国的边境，那里有一座花果山，山上有一块仙石，石头下了一个蛋，原来是一只石猴，它在那里向四方叩拜，眼中射出金光。
It is the border of the small Aolai country in the east of Dongxing continent. There is a flower and fruit mountain there. There is a fairy stone on the mountain. An egg was laid on the stone. It turned out to be a stone monkey. It kowtowed in all directions there, with golden light shooting out of its eyes.
直冲云霄。现在它正在取食饮水，金光就会消失。玉帝大发慈悲，说道：“下面的事物都是天地精华所生，没有什么奇怪的。山里的猴子能走能跳。”
Soaring straight into the sky. Now that it is feeding and drinking, the golden light will disappear. The Jade Emperor showed great mercy and said, "The things below are all born from the essence of heaven and earth. There is nothing strange about it. The monkeys in the mountains can walk and jump."
吃草木，喝溪水，采山花，寻树果。它们与狼虫、虎豹、鹿狍、猕猴等生活在一起，晚上睡在悬崖下，早晨在山洞里游走。真可谓山中无年，寒过不知年。
Eat grass and trees, drink from streams, pick mountain flowers, and look for tree fruits. They live together with wolves, tigers and leopards, deer, roe deer, macaques, etc. They sleep under the cliff at night and wander in the cave in the morning. It can be said that there is no year in the mountains, and you don't know the year when it's cold.
天气热时，它们便和别的猴子在松荫下嬉戏避暑。看它们一个个跳树爬枝、采花寻果、投担子、做游戏、跑沙洞、建宝塔、追蜻蜓、拍蜡烛、拜神拜佛。
When the weather is hot, they play with other monkeys in the shade of pine trees to escape the heat. Look at them one by one, jumping on trees and branches, picking flowers and fruits, throwing marbles and playing games, running in sand holes and building pagodas, chasing dragonflies and shooting candles, worshipping gods and Buddhas.
拔藤枝草，捉虱子，咬捏，梳毛衣，抠指甲。它们摸着蹭着，推着推着，按着按着，拉呀拉，在青松下玩耍，在绿溪边洗澡。一群猴子玩了一会儿。
Pulling vines and weaving grass, catching lice and biting them, combing sweaters and picking nails. They touched and rubbed, pushed and pushed, pressed and pulled. They played under the green pines and bathed by the green stream. A group of monkeys played for a while.
就到山涧里洗澡，只见溪水潺潺，真有开水的声音。古语有云：“鸟有鸟语，兽有兽语。”猴子们说：“不知道这水从哪里来，今天我们无事可做，咱们顺溪而上。”
He went to the mountain stream to take a bath. I saw the gurgling stream, and there was really the sound of boiling water. There is an old saying, birds have their own language, and animals have their own animal language. The monkeys said, "I don't know where this water comes from. We have nothing to do today. Let's go up the stream."
寻源头玩得尽兴，他们喊了一声，都拖着童男童女， 呼唤着兄弟，顺着溪水奔到源头，原来是一处瀑布。只见一道白虹升起，白雪皑皑的浪花飞舞。
Find the source and have fun. They shouted, dragging the boys and girls, calling for their brothers, and ran along the stream to the source. It turned out to be a waterfall. They saw a white rainbow rising and snow-capped waves flying.
海风不断吹拂，月光洒在江面上。冷风把翠峰分开，雨水润泽着青山。潺潺的瀑布真像挂上了一道帘子。猴子们拍手称赞：好水，好水。
The sea breeze blows constantly, and the moonlight shines on the river. The cold wind separates the green peaks, and the remaining water moistens the green mountains. The gurgling waterfall really seems to be hung with a curtain. The monkeys clapped their hands and praised, "Good water, good water."
原来这个地方通到山脚下，直通大海的波涛。他们说，谁能进去找到源头，不受伤害，谁就是我们的国王。喊了3声，突然从草丛里跳出一只石猴，大叫。
It turns out that this place leads to the foot of the mountain and directly to the waves of the sea. They said, "Whoever can go in, find the source, and not be harmed will be our king." After shouting 3 times, a stone monkey suddenly jumped out of the grass and shouted.
我进去，我进去。好猴子，就是他。今天他的好名声远扬，他的福气来了。他注定要住在这里，国王就把他送到了仙宫。你看他蹲在地上，闭着眼睛。
I'm going in, I'm going in. Good monkey. That's him. Today his good reputation has spread far and wide, and his blessing has come. He was destined to live here, so the king sent him to the fairy palace. Look at him squatting on the ground with his eyes closed.
跳进瀑布里，突然睁眼抬头望去，没有谁也没有浪，只有一座明亮的桥。他停下脚步，冷静下来，又仔细看去，原来是一座铁桥。
Jumping into the waterfall, I suddenly opened my eyes and looked up. There was no water or waves, only a bright bridge. He stopped, calmed down, and looked carefully again. It turned out to be an iron bridge.
桥下的水从石孔里冲出来，倒流而下，堵住了桥门。他又站起来，走着再看，那似乎是某人的住处，确实是一个好地方。但他看到绿苔堆带，白云浮玉。
The water under the bridge rushed out of the stone holes and flowed backwards, blocking the bridge door. He stood up again, walked and looked again. It seemed to be someone's residence. It was indeed a good place. But he saw green moss piled with black, white clouds and jade.
光摇片片屋外，空窗尽是，华灯上百花盛开。洞中龙珠垂， 地上奇花异草，崖边炉灶有火烧痕迹，桌上剑扎。石座石床真可爱，石盆石碗更可赞叹。
The light panned into haze. A quiet room with empty windows and flowers blooming on the sliding bench. Dragon beads hang down in the cave, and there are strange flowers and plants on the ground. There were traces of fire on the stove on the edge of the cliff, and there were slag on the table. The stone seats and beds are so lovely, and the stone basins and bowls are even more amazing.
又有一两根竹竿，3、5朵梅花，几棵青松常被雨水打湿，宛如家。看了许久，他便跳过桥中间，四下望去，只见中间有一块石碑。
There are 1 or 2 bamboo poles and 3 or 5 plum blossoms. A few green pines, often wet by rain, look like home. After watching for a long time, he jumped over the middle of the bridge and looked around, only to see a stone tablet in the middle.
上面刻着一行大楷书大字，写着花果山福地，水帘洞世外桃源。事后大喜，连忙把自己给扯了出来。他闭着眼睛蹲下，跳出水面，笑了2声说
On it is engraved a line of large characters in regular script, which reads, Waguashan Blessed Land, Shwiliandong Utopia. The stone monkey was overjoyed and quickly pulled himself out. He squatted down with his eyes closed, jumped out of the water, laughed twice and said,
好大的福气，好大的福气！众猴围着他问：“这里面是什么？水有多深？”狮猴说：“没有水，没有水。原来是一座铁桥，桥的对岸就是天地造的家。”众猴问
What a blessing! What a blessing! The monkeys gathered around him and asked, What's in here? How deep is the water? The stone monkey said, There is no water, no water. It turns out to be an iron bridge, and on the other side of the bridge is the home made by heaven and earth. The monkeys asked,
你怎么知道那是家？狮猴笑道：“这股水流从桥下奔涌而过石桥，倒挂在门上，遮住了门。桥边有花草树木，是一间石头房子。屋内有石窝、石灶、石碗、石盘。”
How do you know that's home? The stone monkey laughed and said, This water rushed under the bridge and crossed the stone bridge, hanging upside down on the door and covering it. There are flowers, plants, and trees beside the bridge, and it is a stone house. There are stone nests, stone stoves, stone bowls, and stone basins in the house.
石床，石的，中间一块石碑上刻着花果山福地，水帘洞天国。真是我们居住的地方，里面宽敞，可容1000人，老少皆宜，我们都能住在里面，避免被天道惹怒。
Stone beds and benches. A stone tablet in the middle is engraved with the blessed land of Huagua Mountain, heavenly kingdom of Shuoyandong. It is truly the place where we live. It is spacious and can accommodate 1,000 people, suitable for both young and old. We can all live in it to avoid the wrath of God.
这里刮风有朵，下雨有柱，霜雪无惧，雷声永不响。乌云常照，祥瑞常生。松竹年年长得秀美，奇花异草日日开。众猴子听了，都高兴了，纷纷说道
Here, there is shelter when the wind blows, and shelter when it rains. Frost and snow are not afraid, and thunder will never ring. The mist and clouds always shine, and the auspiciousness always rises. The pines and bamboos grow beautifully every year, and exotic flowers and plants bloom every day. All the monkeys were happy after hearing this. They all said,
你先带我们进去吧，进去吧。石猴闭上眼睛蹲下，然后跳了进去，喊道：“跟我进去，进去吧！”胆大的猴子都跳了进去，胆小的则伸头缩颈，抓耳朵挠腮。
You take us in first, come in. The stone monkey closed his eyes and squatted down, then jumped in and shouted, "Follow me in, go in." The bold monkeys jumped in, the timid monkeys stretched their heads and necks, scratched their ears and cheeks.
大声叫喊，不一会儿，他们都进去了。他们跳过桥，抢锅碗瓢盆，占灶台，争床铺，东挪西挪。猴子生性倔强，没有休息，累得筋疲力尽才停下来。
Yell loudly. After a while, they all went in. They jumped over bridges, grabbed pots and pans, occupied stoves, fought for beds, and moved here and there. Monkeys are stubborn by nature and do not rest until they are exhausted.
石猴坐在上面说：“各位，人若无信，则无德。你刚才说他有本事进出不伤身，就应该拜他为王。现在我进进出出，出进出又进。”
The stone monkey sat on it and said, "Everyone, if a person has no faith, he has no virtue. You just said that if he has the ability to go in and out without harming himself, he should be worshipped as a king. Now I'm in and out, in and out."
为你们找到这个洞天福地，安然入眠，享受成家之乐，你们何不拜我为王？猴子们一听，毫不忤逆地拜倒在地，按照辈分排成队，对他顶礼膜拜，称他为
I have found this paradise for you, where you can sleep peacefully and enjoy the joy of starting a family. Why don't you worship me as your king? When the monkeys heard this, they fell to the ground without disobedience, lined up according to seniority, worshipped him, and called him
千岁王。从此石猴登基，藏起十字，人称美猴王。有一首诗为证，诗中说：“三阳汇合生万物，先时运日月之精。借卵化猴成大道， 借他名字配丹药。
Thousand-year-old king. From then on, the stone monkey ascended the throne, hid the word stone, and was known as the Monkey King. There is a poem to prove it. The poem says, "The three yangs unite to give birth to all things, and the fairy stone contains the essence of the sun and the moon." The monkey is transformed into an egg. Qing Dada used his name to prepare elixirs.
内观不认其无形，外合明之有形。历代皆属此，可君可胜，为所欲为。孙悟空率领一群猿猴、猕猴、马猴，任命他们为君王、大臣和辅佐官，和睦相处。
The inner view does not recognize its formlessness, but the outer view clearly recognizes the form. All generations have been like this. You can be king or saint, and you can do whatever you want. Sun Wukong led a group of apes, macaques, and horse monkeys, and appointed them as kings, ministers, and assistants. Get along in harmony.
不与群鸟为伍，不从兽，独为王，大喜。春天采花为食，夏天寻找果实为生，秋天收获芋头和栗子，会推迟季节，冬天寻找黄葡萄。
Don't associate with the birds, don't follow the beasts, be the king alone, great joy. They pick flowers for food in the spring and look for fruits for a living in the summer. Harvesting taro and chestnuts in the fall will delay the season, looking for yellow grapes in the winter.
则会标志着一年的结束。孙悟空天真无邪地享乐了300-500年。有一天，他和众猴一起吃饭，突然忧心忡忡，泪流满面。众猴连忙行礼问道：“大王何忧？”
Will mark the end of the year. Sun Wukong enjoyed himself innocently for 300 to 500 years. One day, while eating with the monkeys, he suddenly became worried and burst into tears. The monkeys quickly saluted and asked, "Why are you worried, Your Majesty?"
孙悟空说：“我虽欢喜，却有忧患，所以忧患。”众猴笑道：“大王，你真是不知足。我们在仙山古洞福地，天天过得开心，不受麒麟掌管，不受凤凰掌管。”
Sun Wukong said, "Although I am happy, I am worried, so I am worried." The monkeys laughed and said, "Your Majesty, you are really dissatisfied. We live happily every day in the blessed land of the ancient cave in the immortal mountain, and are not controlled by unicorns or phoenixes."
不受人间宝座的束缚，逍遥自在，这是无量福气，何必为后世忧虑呢？孙悟空说：“我虽然今天不受人间君王的法度，也不惧怕野兽的威严。”
Not being bound by the throne of the world and being free and at ease is an infinite blessing. Why worry about the future? Sun Wukong said, "Although I am not subject to the laws of human kings today, I am not afraid of the majesty of wild beasts."
但将来我年老体弱，阎罗王会暗中控制我。我一旦死了，岂不是白活在人间？难道我不能在天上长久居住吗？”众猴子听了，都掩面而泣，忧心无常。
But in the future, when I am old and weak, King Yama will secretly control me. Once I die, won't my life in this world be in vain? Can't I live in heaven for a long time? After hearing this, all the monkeys covered their faces and wept, worried.
忽然，一只长背猴从群中跳出来，高声喝道：“陛下如此深谋远虑，真是道心大开。现在五重之中，只有3种名字和颜色不受阎罗王控制。”孙悟空说。
Suddenly, a long-backed monkey jumped out of the group and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty is so far-sighted and enlightened. Among the 5 insects, there are only 3 names and colors that are not controlled by King Yama." Sun Wukong said.
你知道这3种人是什么吗？猴子说：“就是脱离了轮回、长生不老、寿命与天地山川同等的佛、仙、圣人。”孙悟空问：“这3种人住在哪里？”猴子说：
Do you know what these 3 types of people are? The monkey said, "They are Buddhas, immortals, and saints who have escaped reincarnation, are immortal, and have the same lifespan as the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers." Sun Wukong asked, "Where do these 3 kinds of people live?" The monkey said,
只在阎罗世界古洞仙山里。孙悟空听了，满心欢喜，说：“明天我就离开你们，下山去，游遍海角天涯。远游天涯海角，一定要拜见这3个人，学着长生不老。”
Only in the world of Yama, in the ancient cave and fairy mountain. After hearing this, Sun Wukong was filled with joy and said, "Tomorrow I will leave you, go down the mountain, and travel to the ends of the earth and the ends of the earth. I must pay homage to these 3 people and learn to live forever."
永远避开阎王的骚扰。啊！这句话让他跳出了轮回的轮回，成为了齐天大圣。众猴拍手称赞道：“好，好！明天我们上山找些果子，好好的给大王摆一顿。”
Always avoid the harassment of Yama. Ah! These words made him jump out of the cycle of reincarnation and become the Monkey King. All the monkeys clapped their hands and praised, "Good! Good! Tomorrow we will go up the mountain to find some fruits and give the king a good meal."
第2天，猴子们又去摘桃、摘奇果、挖山药、挖黄精、兰花、香菖蒲、珍稀药材、奇花异草，都整齐地摆放在石凳石桌上，摆好了鲜酒鲜汤。只见金球珠。
The next day, the monkeys went to pick peaches, strange fruits, yams, and polygonatum. Orchids, irises, rare medicinal materials, exotic flowers, and herbs were all neatly placed on the stone benches and tables, and the fairy wine and fairy soup were set out. I saw golden ball beads.
红黄相间，金球朱蜡樱桃，色泽真甜美。红黄梅熟美，味醇果酸。鲜桂圆，肉甜皮薄，火荔枝，核小而红。苹果青果共于枝头，枇杷黄夹带叶。兔头梨，鸡心枣。
Red and yellow. Golden ball wax cherries have a really sweet color. Red and yellow ripe plums have a mellow and sour taste. Fresh longan has sweet flesh and thin skin. Fire lychee has a small and red core. Green apples are available on the branches, and loquats have yellow pods with leaves. Rabbit head pear, chicken heart date.
生津止渴，除烦解酒。香桃烂杏，甘甜如玉叶；脆梅杨梅，酸醇如脂乳。熟西瓜，囊红紫黑；大柿子，皮黄似瓣。石榴裂开，露出火晶莹的朱砂珠；芋奶，栗子裂开。
Produces body fluids and quenches thirst, relieves irritability, and relieves hangover. The fragrant peach and rotten apricot are as sweet as jade liquid. The crisp plum and bayberry are sour and alcoholic as buttermilk. Ripe watermelon with red capsule and black seeds, large persimmon with yellow skin and 4 petals. The pomegranate splits, revealing the sparkling cinnabar beads. The taro and chestnut split.
露出金玛瑙硬球。核桃、银杏可泡茶，椰子、葡萄可酿酒。盘中摆放榛子、松子、榧子、核桃，桌上摆放着柑橘、甘蔗、柑橘、橘子。炖山药，煮黄精。茯苓、薏米捣碎。
Exposing golden onyx hard balls. Walnuts and ginkgo can be used to make tea, and coconuts and grapes can be used to make wine. Hazelnuts, pine nuts, torreya nuts, and walnuts are placed on the plate, and tangerines, sugar cane, tangerines, and oranges are placed on the table. Stew yam and boil polygonatum. Mash poria cocos and barley.
用石锅小火煮汤，纵使世间有美味佳肴，又怎能比得上山猴的欢乐呢？众猴崇敬孙悟空，端坐在上头，下面个案身高肩高，排成一排。
Boil the soup in a stone pot over low heat. Even if there are delicious food in the world, how can they compare with the joy of mountain monkeys? The monkeys worshipped Sun Wukong and sat upright on top. The monkeys below were arranged in a row according to their height and shoulder height.
轮流上前供奉酒花果，整天痛饮不已。第二天，孙悟空早早起来，说：“小家伙们，你们去砍几棵枯死的松树，做成杆子。你们拿一根竹竿，做成杆子。”
They took turns offering hops and fruits, and drank endlessly all day long. The next day, Sun Wukong got up early and said, "Little guys, go chop down some dead pine trees and make them into poles. You take a bamboo pole and make them into poles."
摘点果子，我就走了。郭文静独自一人爬上了山，张开双臂，向大海的波涛中飘去。深夜里，我乘着风，跨越了南大陆的边境。这一趟，正是
Pick some fruit and I'll go. Guo Wenjing climbed up the mountain alone, opened her arms, and floated into the waves of the sea. Late at night, I rode the wind and crossed the border of the southern continent. This trip was exactly
天上降下仙猴，法力无边，下山乘风。他远渡重洋，寻找长生之道，立志成就一番大事业。若有缘，便放下世俗愿望，无忧无虑地与元龙相见。
Immortal monkeys descended from the sky, with boundless magic power, and descended from the mountains to ride on the wind. He traveled across the ocean in search of a way to immortality and determined to accomplish something great. If there is a fate, then let go of the worldly desires and meet Yuan Long without any worries.
我相信我会遇见一个了解我的人，一个能为我解释一切事物起源的人。也正是他的福气。他登上木船后，东南风连日猛烈，吹到了西北岸。
I believe I will meet someone who understands me, someone who can explain to me the origin of everything. It was also his blessing. After he boarded the wooden boat, the southeast wind was strong for days and blew to the northwest coast.
就是南大陆的边界。他用竹竿试水，水很浅，便弃竹竿跳上岸。他看见人们在岸边捕鱼、打鹅、捞蛤蜊、淘盐。他走进变戏法，扮作老虎。
It is the border of the southern continent. He tested the water with a bamboo pole. The water was very shallow, so he abandoned the bamboo pole and jumped ashore. He saw people fishing, hunting geese, fishing for clams, and panning for salt on the shore. He came up and did tricks, pretending to be a tiger.
吓得人们丢下筐网逃跑。他捉住一个跑不动的，剥去他的衣服，模仿别人穿。他踉踉跄跄地走遍了州郡，学习礼仪，在店铺里讲道。他早吃晚睡。
People were so frightened that they dropped their baskets and nets and ran away. He caught a man who couldn't run away, stripped him of his clothes, and imitated what others were wearing. He staggered around the prefectures and counties, learning etiquette and preaching in shops. He eats early and goes to bed late.
渴望学习佛道、仙道、神道，寻求长生不老之道。他看到世间所有的人都追求名利，没有人关心自己的生命。真是功名利禄之争何时休？早起晚睡。
Desire to learn Buddhism, immortality, and Shintoism, and seek the way to immortality. He saw that all the people in the world were pursuing fame and fortune, and no one cared about their own lives. Really, when will the fight for fame, fortune, and wealth end? Get up early and go to bed late.
不自由。骑驴骡子，渴望良马；当宰相，渴望君王。只顾衣食无忧，忙忙碌碌，何必怕鬼子把他带走？继子孙孙追求富贵名利，却无一人愿意回头。
Not free. Riding a donkey or mule means longing for a good horse. Being a prime minister means longing for a king. He only cares about food and clothing and is busy. Why should he be afraid that the Japanese will take him away? Stepchildren and grandchildren pursue wealth and fame, but no one is willing to look back.
孙悟空出门拜见仙人，无缘相会。他在南大陆逗留，游历长城，巡游小县城，足足8、9年有余。忽然来到西洋，心想海外必有仙人，他又照旧独自前行。
Sun Wukong went out to see the immortal, but he had no chance to meet him. He stayed in the southern continent for more than 8 or 9 years, visiting the Great Wall and visiting small counties. Suddenly I came to the west, thinking that there must be immortals overseas. He went on alone again as usual.
再次飘过西洋，直到来到西周边境。上岸后，他又游历许久，忽见一座山势秀丽，森林深厚，他不怕豺狼虫虎豹，便登高望远。果然是一座好山，千峰连绵。
It drifted across the western ocean again until it came to the border of Shizhou. After landing, he traveled for a long time and suddenly saw a beautiful mountain with a deep forest. He was not afraid of jackals, insects, tigers, and leopards, so he climbed up and looked far into the distance. It is indeed a good mountain, thousands of peaks.
万丈开阔，日照雾气青锁翠色，雨停深蓝冷翠。细藤缠绕古树，古渡幽深。奇花异草，修竹高松。修竹挺松，千年常青，实为福地。奇花珍草，四季不凋。
Vastly open. The sunshine and mist gently lock the green color, and the rain stops and the dark blue and cold green color appear. Thin vines entwine the ancient trees, and the ancient crossing is deep. There are exotic flowers and grasses, bamboos and tall pines. The tall bamboos and pine trees, which have been evergreen for thousands of years, are indeed a blessed place. The rare flowers and precious grasses will never wither in all seasons.
胜似鹏影，鸟声近在咫尺，源泉清流。山谷幽兰环绕，悬崖处处生苔。起伏山峦好龙脉，必有高手隐名。正观望间，忽听森林中有人说话。
Better than Penging. The sound of birds is close at hand and the source of water is clear. The valley is surrounded by orchids, and the cliffs are covered with moss. The undulating mountains are like dragon veins, and there must be masters hiding their names. While watching, I suddenly heard someone talking in the deep forest.
我急忙走进林中，细听，原来是唱歌。歌中唱道：“看棋子下棋，砍柴，鼓鞭缓行。卖柴卖酒，狂笑陶醉。秋景高，面月卧松根，一觉到天明。任就林，攀崖过岭。”
I hurriedly walked into the forest and listened carefully. It turned out to be singing. The song goes, watching chess pieces, chopping firewood, walking slowly by the valley. Selling firewood and wine, laughing and intoxicated. The autumn path is high, the moon is lying on the pine roots, and I sleep until dawn. Recognize the old forest, climb the cliffs and cross the ridges.
斧头砍枯藤，拾一担米，在石上唱，换3升米。无争，价钱平平，不知谋略，不知荣辱，安安稳稳的过日子。每逢相逢，不是仙就是道，静坐弹簧亭。
The axe chops down the dead vines. Pick up a load of rice, sing it in the market, and exchange it for 3 liters of rice. No fuss, the price is average. I don't know strategy, I don't know honor or disgrace, I just live my life peacefully. Whenever we meet, they are either immortals or Taoists, sitting quietly and talking about Huang Ting.
孙悟空听了大喜，说：“仙人就藏在这里。”他立即跳进去仔细一看，只见一个樵夫正拿着斧头砍柴，他的打扮很特别。
After hearing this, Sun Wukong was overjoyed and said, "The immortal is hiding here." He immediately jumped in and took a closer look, and saw a woodcutter chopping firewood with an axe. He was dressed in a very special way.
他头上的竹笠是用刚落下的竹笋的叶鞘做成的，身上的布衣是用棉花碾成的线做成的，腰间系着的带子是用老蚕吐出的丝做成的。
The bamboo hat on his head is made of the leaf sheaths of freshly fallen bamboo shoots. The cloth on his body is made of twisted cotton thread, and the belt around his waist is made of silk spun by old silkworms.
脚上穿的草鞋是用干缩草的凉器做成的，手握钢斧，背着麻绳。他能砍松树，能劈枯树，但谁能比得上这个樵夫呢？孙悟空走近，叫道：“老仙人。”
The straw sandals on his feet are made of the cool air of dry sedge. He holds a steel axe in his hand and carries a hemp rope on his back. He can chop down pine trees and chop dead trees, but the straw sandals on his feet are made of the cool air of dry sedge. He holds a steel axe in his hand and carries a hemp rope on his back. He can chop down pine trees and chop dead trees, but who can compare with this woodcutter? Sun Wukong approached and shouted, "Old immortal,
弟子来帮你。樵夫慌忙扔下斧头，回身行礼，道：不是仙人，不是仙人，我一个穷苦人，衣食无着，怎敢称仙人？孙悟空道：你又不是仙人。
Disciples are here to help you. The woodcutter hurriedly threw down his axe, turned around and saluted, saying, Not an immortal, not an immortal. I am a poor person with no food and clothing. How dare I call myself an immortal? Sun Wukong said, You are not an immortal.
怎么能说仙人的话呢？樵夫道：我说的什么仙话？孙悟空道：我方才来到林边，听见你说我们相见，不是仙就是道，咱们静静地坐着，说说黄庭经。
How can you speak the words of an immortal? The woodcutter said, What fairy tales did I say? Sun Wukong said, I just came to the edge of the forest and heard you say, When we meet, we are either immortals or Taoists. Let's sit quietly and talk about the Huangting Sutra.
黄庭经是道德的真谛，怎么能不是神仙说的呢？樵夫笑着说：说实话，这首诗叫《满庭芳》，是一位仙人教我的。这位仙人就住在我隔壁。
Huangting Jing is the true meaning of morality. How could it not be said by gods? The woodcutter smiled and said, To be honest, this poem is called Man Ting Fong, and it was taught to me by an immortal. This sage lives next door to me.
他看我家事多，又被日常的烦恼所困扰，所以教我在烦恼的时候背诵这首诗，这样可以让我放松心情，摆脱烦恼。我有一些缺点要反省。
He saw that I had a lot of housework and was bothered by daily worries, so he taught me to recite this poem when I was worried, so that I could relax and get rid of my worries. I have some shortcomings to reflect on.
所以就背诵了。没想到你听得懂。孙悟空说：“既然你们一家住在神仙隔壁，你为什么不跟他们修炼呢？学一门长生不老的秘诀，不是很好吗？”樵夫说
So I recited it. I didn't expect you to understand. Sun Wukong said, Since your family lives next door to the gods, why don't you practice with them? Wouldn't it be nice to learn the secret to immortality? The woodcutter said.
我一生苦，自幼由父母抚养，8、9岁才识世事。可惜父亲死了，母亲成了寡妇，我没有兄弟姐妹，只有我一个人，只好日夜侍奉母亲。如今母亲老了。
I have had a hard life. I was raised by my parents since I was a child. I didn't know the world until I was 8 or 9 years old. Unfortunately, my father died and my mother became a widow. I had no brothers or sisters. I was alone and had to serve my mother day and night. Now my mother is old.
我不敢离开她，可是田地荒芜，衣食不足，只能砍2捆柴火扛到集市上去 卖几个铜钱，买几升米，自己做饭，给母亲茶饭吃，所以我不能修行了。
I dare not leave her. However, the fields were barren and I had insufficient food and clothing. I could only cut 2 bundles of firewood, carry them to the market, sell them for a few copper coins, buy a few liters of rice, cook for myself, and feed my mother, so I could no longer practice spiritual practice.
孙悟空道：“照你这么说，你是个孝顺的君子，将来必定会受益匪浅。希望你能指点一下仙人的住处，让我去拜访一下。”樵夫道：“不远，不远。”
Sun Wukong said, "According to what you said, you are a filial gentleman, and you will definitely benefit a lot in the future. I hope you can point out the immortal's residence and let me visit." The woodcutter said, "Not far, not far."
这座山名叫灵台方寸山，山中有座斜月三星洞，洞里住着一位仙人，名叫须菩提，师父弟子无数，现在还有30-40人跟着他修行。
The name of this mountain is Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain. There is a Xiaoyu Sanxing cave in the mountain. In the cave lives an immortal named Subhuti. His master has countless disciples, and there are still 30 or 40 people practicing with him.
你顺着小路往南走7-8里地，就到他家了。孙悟空拉着樵夫的手，道：“师兄，你跟我去吧。你若有所受益，我一定不会忘记你的指点。”樵夫说
If you follow the path south for 7 or 8 miles, you will arrive at his house. Sun Wukong took the woodcutter's hand and said, "Brother, come with me. If you benefit from it, I will definitely not forget your advice." The woodcutter said,
你真是无知之人，我刚才都跟你说了这些，你还不明白吗？我跟你走的话，不是会影响我的生意吗？谁来照顾我的母亲？我要砍柴，你自己去吧。
You are really an ignorant person. I have just told you this, and you still don't understand? If I go with you, won't it affect my business? Who will take care of my mother? I want to chop wood. Go ahead by yourself.
你自己去吧。孙悟空听了，只得告辞。他出了森林，寻了一条小路，经过一个山坡，大约走了7-8里地，便见一个山洞。他站起来一看
Go yourself. After hearing this, Sun Wukong had to say goodbye. He left the forest, found a path, passed a hillside, and after walking about 7 or 8 miles, he saw a cave. He stood up and took a look.
好一个奇妙的地方啊！只见雾气缭绕，色彩斑斓，日月交辉，古柏万株，翠竹万株。古柏万株，天雨淅淅，苍翠摇曳；古竹万株，谷中炊烟，苍翠氤氲。
What a wonderful place! All I saw, mist, colorful, sun and moon. There are thousands of ancient cypresses and thousands of green bamboos. There are thousands of ancient cypresses, the sky is raining, and the green is swaying. There are thousands of ancient bamboos, and the smoke in the valley is green and gloomy.
门外奇花异草，桥边药草香浓。石崖突兀，苍翠欲滴，峭壁高耸，青苔密布。时而能闻鹤鸣，时而能见凤凰飞翔。鹤鸣之时，声震天宇；凤飞之时。
There are exotic flowers and plants outside the door, and the herbs beside the bridge are fragrant. The stone cliffs are abrupt and green, the cliffs are towering and covered with moss. Sometimes you can hear cranes singing, sometimes you can see phoenixes flying. When the crane crows, the sound shakes the sky, when the phoenix flies.
羽毛五彩缤纷，光彩夺目。黑猴白鹭时隐时现，金狮玉象自在游走。细看福地，真的如同天堂。只见洞门紧闭，寂静无声，不见人影。忽然回头，
The feathers are colorful and dazzling. Black monkeys and white deer appear and disappear, and golden lions and jade elephants roam freely. Looking closely at the blessed land, it really looks like heaven. All I saw was that the cave door was closed, it was silent, and no one was in sight. Suddenly looking back,
见悬崖上立着一块石碑，高约3丈，宽约8尺，上面连着10个大字，写着“灵台方寸山，斜月三星洞”。孙悟空大喜，说：“这里的人真是淳朴，真有这样的山。”
I saw a stone tablet standing on the cliff, about 3 feet high and 8 feet wide. There were 10 big characters on it, which read Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, Xiaoyu Sanqing Cave. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and said, "The people here are really simple, and there really is such a mountain."
这样的洞，勾勾看了半天，也不敢敲门，便跳到松枝顶上摘松子吃，以资取乐。过了一会儿，呀的一声响，洞门打开了，走出一位仙童，果然相貌俊美。
Such a hole. Go-Go looked at it for a long time, but did not dare to knock on the door, so he jumped on the top of the pine branch and picked pine nuts to eat for fun. After a while, there was a sound of "ah," the door of the cave opened, and a fairy boy walked out. Sure enough, he looks handsome.
相貌堂堂，他是一个非凡的人，不同于常人。头发挽着2个丝髻，宽袍衣袖在风中飘扬。相与身有别，心与相皆空。一个是外长客，
The appearance is dignified. He is an extraordinary person, different from ordinary people. Her hair was pulled into 2 silk buns, and the sleeves of her broad robe were fluttering in the wind. The form is different from the body, the mind and the form are both empty. A foreigner.
一个山中永远活着的孩子，不沾染一丝尘埃，岁月便可随心所欲地流逝。童子从门外出来，喊道：“是谁来打扰我？”孙悟空从树上跳下来，上前行礼。
A child who lives forever in the mountains. Without a trace of dust, the years can pass by as they please. The boy came out of the door and shouted, "Who is disturbing me?" Sun Wukong jumped down from the tree and stepped forward to salute.
道：“仙童，我是求道学仙的弟子，不敢来打扰你。”仙童笑道：“你是求道弟子吗？”孙悟空说：“是。”童子道：“我师父刚起床讲经说法，还没来得及告诉我原因。”
Said, "Fairy boy, I am a disciple who seeks Taoism and learns immortality. I dare not disturb you." Fairy boy smiled and said, "Are you a disciple who seeks Taoism?" Sun Wukong said, "Yes." The boy said, "My master just got up and gave a lecture. According to the Dharma, before I had time to tell me the reason."
就叫我去开门，说外面有个修行人，你去接他，想必是你吧？孙悟空笑道：“是我，是我。”童子道：“跟我进来吧。”孙悟空衣冠肃穆，跟随童子进入洞府深处。
He asked me to open the door and said, "There is a cultivator outside. Go and pick him up. It must be you, right?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "It's me, it's me." The boy said, "Come in with me." Sun Wukong, dressed solemnly, followed the boy into the depths of the cave.
只见层层叠叠的升阁宝塔，还有珍珠宫殿，无数清净幽静的居所。到了玉台之下，只见菩提祖师端坐在台上，30个小仙女站在两边。果然是
All I saw, layers of deep pavilions and pagodas, pearl palaces, and countless quiet residences. Arriving under the jade platform, I saw Patriarch Bodhi sitting on the platform with 30 little fairies standing on both sides. Sure enough it is.
无染污秽的大觉金仙，西方妙香祖师菩提，三三无生无灭，全神贯注，全心全意，慈悲无边，空寂自然随化，真性随心所欲，与天同寿的庄严身躯。
The great enlightenment golden immortal without stains and filth, Bodhi, the patriarch of Miaoxiang in the west. Sanson has no birth and no death. He is fully focused, wholehearted, and has boundless compassion. Emptiness and silence change naturally, and true nature follows whatever you want. A majestic body that lives as long as heaven.
历经磨难后的开悟心灵的伟大导师，孙悟空见了，连连叩头道：“师父，师父，我一心一意拜见您，我一心一意拜见您。”祖师道：“您是哪里人？”
A great teacher who has enlightened his soul after going through hardships. When Sun Wukong saw him, he kowtowed repeatedly and said, Master, Master, I worship you with all my heart. I worship you with all my heart. The patriarch said, Where are you from?
您把家乡和名字说清楚，我再拜见您。孙悟空道：我是东胜神州傲来国花果山水帘洞的人。祖师道：把他赶出去，他是骗子，是诈骗犯，怎么能修道？
Please tell me your hometown and name clearly, and I will see you again. Sun Wukong said, I am a person from Dongxing Shenzhou Aolai Guohuagua Mountain Water Curtain Cave. The patriarch said, Drive him out. He is a liar and a fraudster. How can he practice Taoism?
孙悟空连连叩头道：我说的是实话，我没有撒谎。祖师道：您若是实话，为何说东胜神州？那地方和我之间隔着2片海洋，还有南赡部洲。
Sun Wukong kowtowed repeatedly and said, I told the truth, I didn't lie. The patriarch said, If you are telling the truth, why did you say Dongxing Shenzhou? There are 2 oceans between that place and me, and there is Nanshanbu continent.
您是怎么到这里来的？孙悟空叩头说道：我走遍了10几年的海洋，走遍了全世界，才来到了这里。祖师道：你既然渐渐的来了，就无所谓了。你姓什么？
How did you get here? Sun Wukong kowtowed and said, I traveled across the ocean and around the world for more than 10 years before I came here. The patriarch said, Since you came gradually, it doesn't matter. What's your surname?
孙悟空又道：我没有性别，人骂我不生气，人打我也不生气，还以牙还牙就完事了。我这一生没有性别。祖师道：不是这个性别，你父母姓什么？孙悟空道。
Sun Wukong added, I have no gender. I don't get angry when people scold me. I don't get angry when people hit me. I just retaliate in kind. I have no gender in this life. The patriarch said, It's not this gender. What are your parents' surnames? Sun Wukong wrote.
我也没有父母。祖师道：你既然没有父母，那你一定是树上生的吧？孙悟空道：我虽然不是树上生的，但我是从小在石头里长大的。
I don't have parents either. The patriarch said, Since you have no parents, you must have been born on a tree, right? Sun Wukong said, Although I was not born on a tree, I grew up among stones.
只记得花果山上有一块仙石，那一年石头碎了，我就生下来了。祖师听了，心里暗喜，道：这是天帝说的，你快起来走一圈给我看看。孙悟空跳起来。
I only remember that there was a fairy stone on Huagua Mountain. That year the stone broke into pieces and I was born. The patriarch was secretly happy after hearing this, and said, "This is what heaven has said. Get up quickly and walk around to show me." Sun Wukong jumped up.
走了2圈，师傅笑着说：“你这身子虽然丑，倒像猴子吃松果的样子，我就从你这身子给你起个姓氏，就是叫胡。胡字去掉部首，就成了古月。古是老，月。”
Walked twice. Master smiled and said, "Although your body is ugly, it looks like a monkey eating pine cones. I will give you a surname based on your body, which is Hong. Remove the radical of Hong and it becomes Gua. Means old.
是因老不能养育，不如给你起个姓氏孙。孙字去掉部首，就成了子系。子是男孩，系是婴儿，符合婴儿的基本理论。我就给你起个姓氏孙。孙王听了
It's Een. Een Lao cannot raise you, so I might as well give you a surname of. The word removes the radical, and it becomes subline. Z means boy, and she means baby, which is in line with the basic theory of baby. I will give you the last name, Sun. King Sun heard this.
大喜，连连叩头说：“好，好，好！今天我知道姓氏了，有姓氏了，还望师傅慈悲，给我起个名字。”师傅说：“我们有12个字，是给人起名字用的。你是第10代弟子。”
Overjoyed, he kowtowed repeatedly and said, "Okay. Good. Good. Today I know my surname. I have a surname. I hope Master will be merciful and give me a name." Master said, "My family has 12 characters, which are for people. You are the 10th generation disciple."
孙悟空问：“那12个字是什么？”师傅说：“分别是广、大、智、慧、真、如、明。轮到你了，是5字。给你起个法名叫孙悟空如何？”孙悟空笑道：“好，好。”
Sun Wukong asked, "What are those 12 characters?" The master said, "They are Guang, De, wisdom, Hui, true, Ru, Ming." It's my turn. The word for you is. How about giving you a Buddhist name, Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong said with a smile, "Okay."
好，从今以后你就叫孙悟空。正所谓，宇宙初开，无姓氏，破除顽固虚空，需要悟空。毕竟不知道将来修成什么道果，等下回见分晓。
Good. From now on, your name will be Sun Wukong. As the saying goes, when the universe was first opened, there was no surname. To break the stubborn emptiness, one needs enlightenment. After all, we don't know what path and fruit we will achieve in the future. We will find out next time.
第2章， 悟菩提真理，除魔返本归真。孙悟空得了名号，十分高兴，连忙向菩提子叩头以表谢意。师父便吩咐众人把孙悟空领出第二道门。
Chapter 2 Understand the truth of Bodhi, eliminate demons, and return to true nature. Sun Wukong was very happy to receive the title and quickly kowtowed to Bodhisattva to express his gratitude. The master then ordered everyone to lead Sun Wukong out of the second door.
教他扫地、答话、走动等功夫。众仙人听从他的吩咐，便出去了。悟空到外面给阿哥们叩头，便在廊道间安排了睡觉的地方。第二天早晨
Teach him how to sweep the floor, answer words, move around, etc. The immortals obeyed his instructions and went out. Wukong went outside to kowtow to his brothers and arranged a sleeping place in the corridor. The next morning,
他又学礼仪言语，讲经说法，练书法，与阿哥们烧香，每日如此。闲暇之余，他扫地、锄地、栽花剪树、寻柴生火、挑水运浆，所需的一切都准备齐全。哪知
he also learned etiquette and language, preached scriptures, practiced calligraphy, and burned incense with his brothers every day. In his spare time, he swept the floor, hoed the ground, planted flowers and pruned trees, found firewood to light the fire, carried water and pulp, and prepared everything he needed. Who knows?
在洞里已过去了6、7年。一日，师坐坛上，召集众仙，开始宣说大道。果真如此，天上落花，地上生金莲。妙论三圣，精妙圆满佛法。浮尘缓摇，珠玉喷洒。
6 or 7 years have passed in the cave. One day, the master sat on the altar, summoned all the immortals, and began to preach the Tao. It's true, flowers fall from the sky and golden lotuses grow on the ground. The 3 vehicles of wonderful theory, the exquisite and perfect Dharma. The whisk is shaken slowly, pearls and jade are sprayed.
声震9天，一会儿讲道，一会儿讲禅，三家合一，本然一物自归依真谛，引导无生玄妙性。孙悟空听着讲经，高兴得抓耳挠腮，笑逐颜开，手脚乱跳。忽然
The sound shook the whole sky. Sometimes he preaches, and sometimes he talks about Zen. It is natural that the 3 schools are integrated into one. The word enlightenment takes refuge in the true meaning and guides the mysterious nature of lifelessness. Listening to the lecture, Sun Wukong was so happy that he scratched his head and ears, smiled broadly, and jumped around with his hands and feet. Suddenly,
师父看见了，叫孙悟空说：“你为什么不听我讲经，在班里手舞足蹈呢？”悟空说：“我是诚心听讲经，听到师父的妙音，心里欣喜若狂。”
The master saw it and asked Sun Wukong, "Why don't you listen to my lecture and dance in the class?" Wukong said, "I listened to the lecture sincerely, and when I heard the master's wonderful voice, I was ecstatic."
所以才不自觉地兴奋地跳起来，希望师父原谅我。师父说：“你既然知道妙音，那我问你，你在洞里待了多久了？”悟空说：“我年少无知，不知道有多久了。”
That's why I jumped up excitedly unconsciously, hoping that Master would forgive me. The Master said, "Since you know the wonderful sound, let me ask you, how long have you been in the cave?" Wukong said, "I am young and ignorant. I don't know how long I have been."
只记得灶下没有火，便常到后山去砍柴。我看见一座山上有好桃树，在那里吃了7次桃子。师父说，那座山名叫烂桃山，你吃了7次。
I just remember that there was no fire under the stove, so I often went to the back mountain to chop wood. I saw a good peach tree on a mountain and ate peaches there 7 times. The master said, "That mountain is called Lantaishan. If you eat it 7 times."
算起来也有7年了，现在你想跟我学什么？悟空说，只要我有一点道心，我就学。师父说，道有360支，皆有果报，不知你学的是哪支呢？悟空说，
It's been 7 years. What do you want to learn from me now? Wukong said, "As long as I have a little bit of Taoism, I will learn." The master said, "There are 360 branches of the Tao, all of which have consequences. I wonder which branch you have learned?" Wukong said,
我听师父的话。师父说，我教你术中的道可好？悟空说，什么术？师父说，术就是请神仙、祝鬼神、求卜，用尸草算命。悟空说，这样能长生不老吗？师父说，不能。
I listened to Master. The master said, "How about I teach you the art?" Wukong said, "What technique?" The master said, "The technique is to invite gods, help ghosts and gods, ask for divination, and use yarrow to tell fortunes." Wukong said, "Can you live forever like this?" The master said, "No."
悟空说，不能。师父说，我教你留字之道如何？悟空又问，留字是什么意思？师父说，留字里有儒、释、道、阴阳、墨、医、读经、念佛、拜圣人。悟空说，
Wukong said, "No." The master said, "How about I teach you the way of the word Lu?" Wukong asked again, "What does the word Lu mean?" The master said, "The word Lu contains Confucianism and Buddhism, Taoism, Yin and Yang, Moism, medicine, reading scriptures, chanting Buddha's name, and worshipping saints." Wukong said,
这样能长生不老吗？师傅说，要想长生不老，就好比在墙上打根柱子。悟空说，师傅，我是个老实人，不懂市井话，什么叫在墙上打根柱子？师傅说，
Can you live forever? The master said, if you want to live forever, it's like building a pillar in the wall. Wukong said, Master, I am an honest man and I don't understand the local language. What does putting a pillar on the wall mean? The master said,
人们盖房子要它坚固，就在墙与墙之间打根柱子。总有一天，房子会倒塌，它就会腐朽。悟空说，照这样说，不会长久的。我不学，我不学。师傅说，我教你。
When people build a house, to make it strong, they put pillars between the walls. One day the house will fall down and it will rot. Wukong said, according to this, it won't last long. I won't learn. I won't learn. The master said, I will teach you.
镜自知道如何？悟空问，镜自的真果是什么？师父说，就是不识守谷，清净无为，打坐坐禅，戒语斋，或睡觉，或做功德，入定，隐居打坐等等。悟空说，
What about the way of the word quiet? Wukong asked, What is the true meaning of the word quiet? The master said, It means not eating, keeping grain, being quiet and doing nothing, sitting in meditation, fasting in precepts and speech, sleeping, doing meritorious deeds, entering concentration, meditating in seclusion, etc. Wukong said,
这样也能长寿吗？师父说，就像一堆泥砖。悟空笑道，师父真是有点笨，一心说我在市井里不能说话，什么叫一堆泥砖？师父说，就像一堆砖瓦。
Can this also lead to longevity? The master said, It's like a pile of mud bricks. Wukong laughed and said, Master is really a bit stupid. Yixing said, I can't speak in the market. What do you mean by a pile of mud bricks? The master said, It's like a pile of bricks.
虽然成型了，但还没有经过水火的淬炼，一旦下大雨就毁了。悟空说，坚持不了多久，我不学，我不学。师父说，我教你动字知道如何？悟空说，
Although it has taken shape, it has not been tempered by water and fire. Once it rains heavily, it will be destroyed. Wukong said, I can't hold on for long. I won't learn, I won't learn. The master said, How about I teach you how to move words? Wukong said,
动字之道又如何？师父说，这是行持之道，吸阴补阳，攀弓踏弩，柔其通气，用方子炼药，烧草打顶，加红丹，炼秋实，取女人乳汁等等。悟空说，
What about the way to move words? The master said, This is the way to practice. absorb yin and replenish yang, climb a bough and step on a crossbow, rub the navel to ventilate the air, use prescriptions to make medicine, burn grass to make a tripod, add red elixirs, refine autumn stones, take women's milk, etc. Wukong said,
这样能长生不老吗？师父说，想长生不老，就好比水中捞月。悟空说，师父，你又说什么叫水中捞月？师父说，月亮在天上，水中有影子，虽然看得见。
Can you live forever? Master said, wanting to live forever is like trying to catch the moon in the water. Wukong said, Master, what do you mean by catching the moon in the water? The master said, the moon is in the sky and there is a shadow in the water. Although it is visible,
但没有地方捞，最后还是一无所获。悟空说：“不学，不学。”太上老君一听，大吼一声，从高台上跳下来，手握尺子，指着悟空说：“你这猴子，你不学这个。”
But there was no place to fish, and in the end, nothing was found. Wukong said, Don't learn, don't learn. When Taishang Lao Jun heard this, he roared, jumped down from the high platform, held a ruler in his hand, pointed at Wukong and said, You monkey, if you don't learn this.
不学那个，你到底想干什么？走到悟空面前，在悟空头上打了3下，背起双手，走进屋里，关上中门，把众人都甩在身后。众人大惊失色。
If you don't learn that, what on earth do you want to do? He walked up to Wukong and hit Wukong 3 times on the head. He put his hands behind his back and walked into the house. He closed the middle door and left everyone behind. Everyone was shocked.
纷纷向悟空抱怨道：“你这顽劣的猴子，你这么没礼貌，师父教你道术，你怎么不学，还跟师父顶嘴？你这么得罪他，不知道他什么时候才能出来。”这时
They all complained to Wukong, You naughty monkey, you are so rude. Master teaches you Taoism. Why don't you learn it and talk back to Master? You have offended him so much. I don't know when he will come out. At this time,
众人纷纷向他抱怨，鄙视他。悟空一点也不生气，只是笑了笑。原来孙悟空早已解开了盘中之谜，记在心里，所以也不跟众人比，只是默默忍受着。
Everyone complained to him and despised him. Goku wasn't angry at all, he just smiled. It turned out that Sun Wukong had already solved the mystery in the plate and remembered it in his heart, so he did not compete with others and just endured it silently.
太傅打了他3次，教他凌晨3点要专心，背手走进房间，关上中门，教他从后门进去，秘密传授道。这一天，悟空他们很高兴。
The Taifu beat him 3 times and taught him to concentrate at 3 o'clock in the morning. He walked into the room with his hands behind his back, closed the middle door, taught him to enter through the back door, and taught the Tao in secret. On this day, Wukong and the others were very happy.
他们在三星洞前等着天色渐黑，生怕等不到天黑，而是和其他人一起睡觉，假装闭上眼睛，平复心情。山上没有守望者送剑，他不知道时间。
They waited for it to get dark in front of Sanqing Cave, fearing that they would not be able to wait until dark. Instead, sleep with other people, pretend to close your eyes, and calm down. There is no watchman on the mountain to send arrows. He does not know the time.
就直接射了鼻子，洞里的空气进出都是有规律的。午夜时分，悄悄起床，穿上衣服，偷偷打开前门，躲开大，众人走到外面，抬头一看，是这样的。
I shot it directly into the nose. The air in and out of the hole was regular. At midnight, I quietly got up, put on my clothes, secretly opened the front door, avoided the crowd, and walked outside. When I looked up, I saw this.
月明路冷，八极无尘。深树上有百鸟栖息，汾河源头有水流。萤火虫飞散光影，大雁过处成云朵形状。凌晨3点，宜游道真。你瞧。
The moon is bright and the dew is cold, and the 8 poles are dust-free. There are hundreds of birds perching on the deep trees, and there is water flowing from the source of the Fen River. Fireflies scattered light and shadow, and wild geese formed cloud shapes wherever they passed. At 3 o'clock in the morning, it is appropriate to travel to Daojian. Look.
他顺着老路走到后门，看见门半开着。悟空高兴地说：“师傅，你真用心教我，所以把门开着。”说罢，他拖着脚步溜进门里，走到师傅的床前。
He followed the old path to the back door and saw it was ajar. Wukong said happily, "Master, you really taught me carefully, so you left the door open." After that, he shuffled through the door and walked to Master's bed.
见师傅正蜷缩着身子，脸朝里睡觉。悟空不敢惊动他，跪在床前。师傅很快就醒了，伸了伸腿，自言自语道：“难，难，难，道至玄妙，莫要轻视金丹。”
I saw the master curled up, sleeping with his face facing inward. Wukong didn't dare to disturb him and knelt in front of the bed. The master soon woke up, stretched his legs, and said to himself, "It's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult. The Tao is so mysterious, don't underestimate the golden elixir."
若无智者传授秘诀，言语无意义，口干舌燥。悟空叫道：“师傅，我跪在这里等您好久了。”师傅一听是悟空，立刻站起来穿上衣裳。 盘膝坐下，喝道：
Without a wise man to teach you the secret, words will be meaningless and your mouth will be dry. Wukong shouted, Master, I have been kneeling here waiting for you for a long time. When the master heard that it was Wukong, he immediately stood up and put on his clothes. He sat down cross-legged and shouted,
你这猴子，怎么不睡在前面，却在我后面呢？悟空道：师父，父亲昨天在佛坛前答应教弟子们，明天凌晨3点从后门给我讲道理。
You monkey, why don't you sleep in front but behind me? Wukong said, Master, my father promised to teach his disciples in front of the Buddhist altar yesterday, and he will teach me the truth from the back door at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning.
我就大胆地给师父拜了。师父听了很高兴，心里想：这家伙真是天地所生，不然你为何要破我盘上的谜？悟空道：此地没有六耳，只有我的徒弟。
I boldly bowed to Master. The master was very happy after hearing this and thought to himself, this guy is really born from heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would you want to solve the mystery on my plate? Wukong said, There are no 6 ears here, only my disciples.
师父慈悲为怀，教导我长寿之道，我永远不会忘记您的恩情。你既然知道了盘子上的秘密，就凑近点，仔细听着我传授你长生不老的秘诀。
Master is compassionate and teaches me the way to live a long life. I will never forget your kindness. Now that you know the secret on the plate, come closer and listen carefully, and I will teach you the secret of immortality.
悟空叩头道：谢莲道：洗耳恭听，跪在榻下。师父道：显密圆通的真正奇妙秘密，可惜在修行修命的实践中还未被揭示出来。
Wukong kowtowed. Xiao Lian said, listening attentively, kneeling under the couch. Master said, Unfortunately, the truly wonderful secret of sutra, esoteric and perfect enlightenment has not yet been revealed in the practice of cultivating one's nature and one's life.
永远充满活力和精神，妥善保管，不要让其泄露，不要让它泄露出去，要让它深藏在你的体内。按照我的教导，你会成功。熟记口诀有很大帮助。
Always full of energy and spirit, keep it safe and don't let it leak out. Don't let it out, keep it deep within you. Follow my teachings and you will succeed. Memorizing formulas helps a lot.
可以消除邪念，带来清凉。天凉，光照耀，正是赏丹台明月的好时节。月亮藏玉兔，太阳藏乌鸦，还有龟蛇缠绕在一起。它们彼此交织，生命坚韧。
It can eliminate evil thoughts and bring coolness. The weather is cool and the sun is shining, so it is a good time to admire the bright moon on Dantai. The moon hides the jade rabbit, the sun hides the crow, and the tortoise and the snake are entangled together. They are intertwined with each other and their lives are tenacious.
在烈火中也能长出金莲。把五行集合起来，逆序运用，功成则成佛，功成则成仙。至此，问题的根源就暴露了。悟空得了灵力加持，把口诀背了下来。
Golden lotus can also grow in the fire. Put the 5 elements together and use them in reverse order. If you succeed, you will become a Buddha, and if you succeed, you will become an immortal. At this point, the root of the problem was exposed. Wukong received the blessing of spiritual power and memorized the formula.
他谢过师父的恩情，便出后门去看。只见东方天色微微泛白，西方一片金光灿烂。他回到前门，轻轻推开门，在原来的床上坐下。他摇了摇床，说：“天亮了。”
He thanked his master for his kindness and went out the back door to take a look. I saw that the sky in the east was slightly white, and in the west there was a brilliant golden light. He returned to the front door, opened it gently, and sat down on the bed where he had been. He shook the bed and said, "It's dawn."
天亮了，快起来！众人还在睡觉，不知道悟空得到了一件好事。他便起床，那天胡闹了起来，暗暗养气，半夜12点前和午后调息调息。3年后
It's dawn, get up. Everyone was still sleeping, not knowing that Wukong had gotten a good thing. He got up and started playing around that day. He secretly nourished his energy and adjusted his breathing before midnight and in the afternoon. 3 years later,
师父又登基为众说法，讲起势力，比喻，讲起包皮的外表。忽问悟空在哪儿？悟空上前跪下，徒弟在。师父问：徒弟修行什么道？悟空说：徒弟近来法性颇通。
Master ascended to the throne again to teach the Dharma to the public, telling examples, metaphors, and the appearance of the foreskin. Suddenly asked, "Where is Wukong?" Wukong stepped forward and knelt down. "The apprentice is here." The master asked, "What path does the apprentice practice?" Wukong said, "The apprentice has become quite clear in Dharma recently."
根基渐渐坚固了。师父说：你既法性通，根基又已灌注，现在只防3灾了。悟空听后沉思良久，说道：师父，您说的不对。我常听说道德高尚、德行高尚的人，
The foundation gradually became stronger. The master said, "Since you have mastery of Dharma nature and your foundation has been instilled, now you only need to guard against 3 disasters." After hearing this, Wukong thought for a long time and said, "Master, what you said is wrong. I have often heard that people with high moral standards and high moral character
可以长命如天，水火相济，百病不生。可哪有3灾8害呢？师父说，这是一条奇道，夺天地造化，亲日月玄机，丹药成化，鬼神不能容，虽能使你容颜长青。
You can live as long as the sky, water and fire complement each other, and all diseases will be avoided. But how can there be 3 disasters and 8 disasters? The Master said, this is a strange path that seizes the creation of heaven and earth, invades the mysteries of the sun and moon, and makes elixirs come into being. Ghosts and gods cannot tolerate it, although it can make you look evergreen.
延年益寿，但500年后，雷雨会打到你。你要见性明心，提前避之。避得了，就长命如天；避不掉，就必死无疑。再过500年，天上就会落下火来烧你。
You will live longer, but in 500 years, a thunderstorm will hit you. You have to be clear about your nature and avoid it in advance. If you can avoid it, you will live as long as the sky. If you cannot avoid it, you will definitely die. In another 500 years, fire will fall from the sky to burn you.
这火不是天火，也不是凡火，叫阴火，从你身体涌泉穴处烧过去，往里烧，烧到你身上，直通逆元宫。你的5脏化为灰烬，四肢腐朽。
This fire is neither heavenly fire nor ordinary fire. It is called Yin fire. It burns from the spring point of your body, burns inward, and burns you, straight to Niyuan Palace. Your internal organs turn to ashes, your limbs rot.
你1000年的辛苦都白费了。再过500年，一场风灾就会吹到你身上。这风不是东南风、西北风，不是温香金风，也不是花柳松竹风，它叫避风。
Thousands of years of your hard work have been in vain. In another 500 years, a storm will hit you. This wind is not the southeast wind, the northwest wind, the warm golden wind, nor the wind of flowers, willows, pines, and bamboos. It is called blue wind.
它从阴门吹进6脏，穿过丹田，穿透9窍，骨肉消失，你的身体就会崩解。所以你一定要避开它。悟空听了大惊失色，连连叩头，说道：“希望师父可怜我。”
It blows from the vagina into the 6 internal organs, passes through the dantian, and penetrates the 9 orifices. The bones and flesh will disappear, and your body will disintegrate. So you must avoid it. Wukong was shocked when he heard this. He kowtowed repeatedly and said, I hope Master will have mercy on me.
传授我免3灾的方法，我永远不会忘记师父的恩情。师父说，这倒不难，只是你和别人不一样，所以我不能教你。悟空说，我的头是圆的，通天，脚是方的。
He taught me how to avoid the 3 disasters. I will never forget Master's kindness. The Master said, It's not difficult, but you are different from others, so I can't teach you. Wukong said, My head is round and reaches the sky, and my feet are square.
着地还有9窍、4肢、5脏、6腑，为什么和别人不一样呢？师父说，你虽然长得像人，但是脸颊比人少。原来这猴子脸歪，脸凹，嘴尖。悟空伸手摸了摸。
On the ground, there are 9 orifices, 4 limbs, 5 internal organs, and 6 internal organs. Why is it different from others? The Master said, Although you look like a human, you have fewer cheeks. It turns out that this monkey has a crooked face, a concave face, and a pointed mouth. Wukong reached out and touched it.
笑着说：“师傅，你算不过来，我脸颊虽然少，但是这个白包比人多，一定能掰开。”师傅说：“那你想学哪一种呢？”天罡的数量一样，应该是36遍。
He smiled and said, Master, you can't calculate. Although I have fewer cheeks, there are more white bags than people. I can definitely break them open. The Master said, Then which one do you want to learn? The number of Tiangang is the same, so it should be its 36 changes.
地煞的数量一样，应该是72遍。悟空说：“徒儿想学多一点，我就学一世地煞。”师父说：“既然如此，你上前来，我传授你秘诀。”说完，在孙悟空耳边低语。
The number of earth evil spirits is the same, so it should be 72 changes. Wukong said, My disciple wants to learn more, so I will learn one style of Disha. The Master said, In that case, come forward and I will teach you the secret. After speaking, he whispered in Sun Wukong's ear.
也不知道说了什么妙法，孙悟空也一下子掌握了所有知识。当时他学会了诀窍，自己练习就掌握了72遍。一日，师徒2人在3星洞前玩耍。
I don't know what magic trick was said. Sun Wukong also mastered all the knowledge at once. At that time, he learned the trick, practiced it by himself, and mastered the 72 changes. One day, the master and the apprentice were playing in front of Sanqing Cave.
试问，悟空，你的功德成就了没有？悟空说：“承蒙海师恩，我功德圆满，可以飞上天去了。”师说：“你飞上去试试看。”悟空大显身手，身子一翻，离地5、6尺。
The master asked, Wukong, have your merits been accomplished? Wukong said, Thanks to Master Hai, my merits have been completed and I can fly to the sky. The master said, You fly up and try it. Wukong showed off his skills, and his body turned over, 5 or 6 feet above the ground.
踏着云朵去觅食，来回不过3里路， 落在面前，交叉双手，说：“师傅，这是飞上云朵。”师笑道：“这不是飞上云朵，是爬上云朵而已。自古有言，神仙朝游北海。”
He walked on the clouds to look for food, but the round trip was only 3 miles. When he landed in front of him, he crossed his hands and said, "Master, this is flying up the clouds." The master smiled and said, "This is not flying up the clouds, it's just climbing up the clouds." Since ancient times, there has been said, the gods traveled to the North Sea.
木游苍梧，半日也上不了云层。悟空问：“什么叫朝游北海，暮游苍梧？”师父说：“能飞云者，清晨从北海出发，游遍东海、西海、南海，再回到苍梧。”
Tour Kangwu at dusk. You can't reach the clouds even in half a day. Wukong asked, "What does it mean to travel to the North Sea in the morning and to Kangwu in the evening?" The master said, "Those who can fly in the clouds should start from the North Sea in the early morning, travel to the East China Sea, the West Sea, and the South China Sea, and then return Kangwu."
苍梧是北海零陵的方言，一天之内游遍四海，才算是飞云。悟空说：“那难。”师父说：“世上无难事，只要有心。”悟空听了，叩头说道：“师父。”
Kangwu is the dialect of Lingling, Beihai. Traveling all over the world in one day is considered a flying cloud. Wukong said, "That's difficult." Master said, "Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as you have the will." After hearing this, Wukong kowtowed and said, "Master."
你一定是个彻底的人，请你慈悲为怀，把这飞云之法传给我，你的恩情我永远不会忘记。师父说，凡是乘云而上的仙人，都是用脚跳起来的。
You must be a thorough person. Please be compassionate and pass on this Feiyin method to me. I will never forget your kindness. The master said, "All the immortals who ride on the clouds jump on their feet."
你却不是这样，我刚才看你走了，非要人拉着你才能跳起来。现在我就根据你的本事教你翻云翻雨。悟空又拜师求道，师父却传授他一个秘诀。
Not so with you. I saw you walking away just now, and you had to be held by someone to jump up. Now I will teach you how to turn clouds and rain based on your ability. Wukong paid homage to his master again, but the master taught him a secret.
这朵云，你手捧口诀，念诵咒语，握紧拳头，抖动身体，跳起来，一个跟头可飞18万里。众人一听都笑了，说：“悟空，你要是会了这一招。”
This cloud, you hold the chant in your hand, recite the incantation, clench your fists, shake your body, jump up, and fly 180,000 miles with a somersault. When everyone heard this, they all laughed and said, Wukong, if you know this trick.
以后你就可以当当铺的，也可以当快递员，也可以当送报员，到处找份工作了。天色渐渐暗下来，师傅和徒弟们便回洞房去了。当晚
In the future, you can work as a pawnbroker, a courier, or a newspaper delivery boy, and you can find a job everywhere. As the sky gradually darkened, the master and his disciples went back to the bridal chamber. That night,
悟空便以灵力修炼法力，练就了筋斗云，每日在家逍遥自在，自由自在，快快乐乐，这也是修仙的美妙之处。一天，春去下来，
Wukong used his spiritual power to cultivate his magic power and mastered somersault clouds. He was at ease at home every day, free and happy. This is also the beauty of cultivating immortals. One day, spring passed and summer came.
大家在一棵松树下谈了很久。大家问悟空：“你那一世修的什么法门？”前些日子师傅在你耳边低语，教你避三难，变化各种形态的方法。
We talked for a long time under a pine tree. Everyone asked, Wukong, what method did you practice in that life? A few days ago, the master whispered in your ear, teaching you how to avoid 3 difficulties and change into various forms.
你全都知道了吗？悟空笑着说：“师兄们，实话实说，我跟师傅学的，我日夜苦练，现在全都知道了。”大家说：“趁着这个好机会，试着表演给我们看。”
Do you know everything? Wukong smiled and said, Brothers, tell the truth, I learned it from my master. I practiced hard day and night, and now I know everything. Everyone said, Take advantage of this good opportunity and try to perform for us.
悟空摇了摇身子说：“师兄们，请给我出个题目，要我变成什么？”大家说：“就变成一棵松树吧。”悟空手指一转，念了个咒语，就变成了一棵松树。果然是这样。
Wukong shook his body and said, Brothers, please give me a question. What do you want me to become? Everyone said, Just become a pine tree. Wukong turned his fingers and recited a spell, and he became a pine tree. Became a pine tree. It is as expected.
浓烟四起，冲天而起，秀出它的贞洁。它看上去根本不像妖猴，而是一根能抵御霜雪的树枝。众人鼓掌大笑，说：“好猴子，好猴子！”
Thick smoke rises into the sky, showing off its chastity. It doesn't look like a demon monkey at all, but a tree branch that can withstand frost and snow. Everyone clapped and laughed, saying, Good monkey, good monkey.
他们发出的声音惊动了师傅。师傅连忙拔出法杖，问：“是谁在这吵闹？” 众人连忙穿好衣服走上前去。悟空也现出真面目，混在人群中说道：“师父。”
The noise they made alarmed the master. The master quickly pulled out his staff and asked, "Who is making the noise here?" Everyone quickly got dressed and stepped forward. Wukong also showed his true face, mixed in the crowd, and said, "Master."
我们是来讲经的，别家的人不许吵闹。师父怒喝道：“你们大喊大叫，这完全不符合修行人的身份。修行人一开口，神气就散，一动舌头就惹是生非。”
We are here to preach, and people from other families are not allowed to make noise. The master yelled angrily, "You are yelling. This is completely inconsistent with the status of a cultivator." As soon as a practitioner opens his mouth, his spirit will disappear, and as soon as he moves his tongue, he will cause trouble.
你们怎么在这里大喊大叫？众人说：“我们不敢瞒着师父。方才孙悟空在表演一个把戏，师父叫他变成一棵松树，结果就变成了一棵松树。”
Why are you shouting here? Everyone said, "We dare not hide it from Master." Just now, Sun Wukong was performing a trick. Master asked him to turn into a pine tree, and he turned into a pine tree.
众弟子都赞叹不已，我便大喊大叫，打扰了师父，还请师父原谅。师父说：“你起来。”他叫道：“悟空，过来！我要问你，你干什么？为什么变成松树？”
All the disciples were filled with admiration, so I yelled, disturbing the master, and asked the master to forgive me. The master said, "Get up." He shouted, "Wukong, come here. I want to ask you, what do you do? Why did you become a pine tree?"
这本是拿来炫耀，好在人前炫耀吗？你见人有，为什么不问人家？人家见你有，一定会问你的。你怕灾祸，就传给他们；不传，他们必定加害你，性命难保。
Do you want to show off your ability so that you can show it off in front of others? You see someone has it, why don't you ask them? If people see you have it, they will definitely ask you. If you are afraid of disaster, tell them. If you don't tell them, they will definitely harm you and your life will not be saved.
悟空叩头道：“只希望师父饶恕我的罪孽。”师父道：“我不罚你，你只管去。”悟空听了，泪流满面，道：“师父，我该去哪里呢？”师父道：“从哪里来就去。”悟空恍然大悟。
Wukong kowtowed and said, "I just hope Master will forgive my sins." Master said, "I won't punish you, just go." After hearing this, Wukong burst into tears and said, "Master, where should I go?" Master said, "Go wherever you come from." Wukong suddenly realized.
道：“ 我是从东胜神州奥莱国花果山的水帘洞来的。师傅道：赶紧回去，保住你的性命。你若还在这里，是万万不可以的。悟空承认了自己的罪孽。
Said, I came from the water curtain cave in the National Flower and Fruit Mountain from Dongxing Shenzhou Aolai. The master said, Go back quickly and save your life. If you are still here, it is absolutely impossible. Wukong admitted for his own sins.
向师父报告说，我离家20年了，虽然想念我的子孙，但我不敢离开，因为我还没有报答师父的恩情。师父说，有什么恩情？你别来惹麻烦。
He reported to the master, I have been away from home for 20 years. Although I miss my children and grandchildren, I dare not leave because I have not repaid master's kindness. The master said, What kind of kindness is there? Don't come and cause trouble.
别连累我就可以了。悟空见他无奈，只好告辞。师父说，你走了，以后的日子一定不好过。不管你怎么惹是生非，犯法，都不许说是我徒弟。
Just don't embarrass me. Seeing that he had no choice but to leave, Wukong had no choice but to leave. The master said, If you leave, your life will definitely be difficult in the future. No matter how you cause trouble or break the law, you are not allowed to say that you are my apprentice.
你要是说一句话，我就知道了，剥了你的皮，把你打入地府，让你永世不得翻身。悟空说，我再也不提师傅了，就说是我自学的吧。悟空道谢。
If you say a word, I will find out, skin you off, and throw you into the underworld, where you will never be able to stand up again. Wukong said, I will never mention the master again. Let's just say that I learned it by myself. Wukong thanked him.
便抽身而去，手指一转，又施展了几招，驾着筋斗云飞回东胜那儿。陈老爷子已经看到了花果山的水帘洞，孙悟空知道他高兴，暗暗自夸。出家时
Then he pulled away, turned his fingers, performed a few more moves, and flew back to Dongxing on a somersault cloud. Mr. Chen has already seen the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain. Sun Wukong knew that he was happy and secretly boasted when he became a monk.
肉身沉重，得道后身躯轻盈。世上没有人愿意下定决心，但是只要他下定决心修行，他就会开悟。当时渡海十分困难，但今天回来却非常容易。
The physical body is heavy. After attaining enlightenment, the body is light. No one in the world wants to make up his mind, but as long as he makes up his mind to practice, he will become enlightened. It was very difficult to cross the sea at that time, but it is very easy to come back today.
耳边还萦绕着你那句别离的话语，哪想转眼间已在东海边上与你相见。悟空压下云雾， 直奔花果山，寻了一条路可走。忽听鹤叫声、猴叫声。
Your parting words are still lingering in my ears, and I never expected to meet you on the edge of the East China Sea in the blink of an eye. Wukong suppressed the clouds and went straight to Huagua Mountain, looking for a way to go. Suddenly I heard the cry of cranes and monkeys.
鹤叫声上天，猴叫声凄厉无比。他立即高呼：“孩子们，我来了！”大大小小的猴子成千上万只，从悬崖底下、花草树木间的岩石中跳出来，围住孙悟空。
The crane's cries reached to the sky, and the monkey's cries were shrill and shrill. He immediately shouted, "Children, I'm coming." Thousands of monkeys, big and small, jumped out from the rocks at the bottom of the cliff and among the flowers, plants, and trees, and surrounded Sun Wukong.
叩头高呼：“大王您真是仁慈，您为什么走了这么久？您把我们大家丢在这里，我们又饿又渴。最近我们这里被一个妖怪欺负，他要霸占我们水帘洞。”
Kowtow and shout, "Your Majesty, you are so kind. Why have you been gone for so long? You left us all here. We are hungry and thirsty. Recently, we were bullied by a monster here. He wanted to occupy our Shuilian cave."
我们冒着生命危险跟他打架。这段时间，他抢走了我们的火种，还抓走了我们许多只。我们日夜守着家产，睡不着觉。幸亏我大王来了。
We risked our lives fighting him. During this time, he stole our fire and many of our nephews. We guarded the property day and night and could not sleep. Fortunately, my king is here.
如果大王您再不来，我们和我们洞就全归别人了。悟空听了大怒，说：“这是什么妖怪，敢这么无礼？你详细说说，我要找到他报仇。”众猴子叩头说道：“大王，
If your majesty does not come again, we and our cave will all belong to others." Wukong was furious after hearing this and said, "What kind of monster is this? How dare you be so rude? Please tell me in detail. I want to find him and take revenge." The monkeys kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty."
那家伙自称混沌魔王，住在直北。悟空问：“从这里到他那里有多远？”众猴子道：“他来时云开雾散，去时风雨交加，电闪雷鸣，也不知道有多远。”悟空道：
That guy calls himself the Chaos Demon King and lives in Jibei. Wukong asked, "How far is it from here to him?" The monkeys said, "When he came, the clouds cleared and the fog dispersed. When he left, it was windy and rainy, with lightning and thunder, and he didn't know how far away he was." Wukong said,
既如此，你们就别怕，你们自己玩吧，我要找到他。 善良的孙悟空纵身一跃，一路翻腾，向北望去，只见一座高山，果然险峻无比。好一座山，峰峦耸立。
In this case, don't be afraid, just play by yourself. I want to find him. The kind-hearted son Wukong jumped up and rolled all the way. Looking to the north, he saw only a high mountain. It was indeed extremely steep. What a mountain! The peaks are towering.
西涧幽深，峰峦耸立，贯通天际；西涧幽深，直抵地面。两边峭壁上花木争艳，松竹争翠。左边的蛟龙温驯如龙，右边的猛虎沉静如虎。每见铁牛耕田。
The stream is deep and deep. The peaks and ridges are towering, reaching into the sky, and the streams are deep, reaching to the ground. On both sides of the cliffs, there are colorful flowers and trees, pines and bamboos. The dragon on the left is as docile as a dragon. The tiger on the right is as calm as a tiger. Every time I see an iron ox plowing the fields.
常有金银子，百鸟鸣叫，凤凰唳阳。怪石光亮，波涛清澈，奇异怪诞，真邪门。天下名山无数，百花盛开，凋零多不胜数。但愿此景永存，八节四时不动。
There are often gold and silver seeds. Birds chirp and the phoenix rises. The strange rocks are shiny, the waves are clear, strange and weird, and really evil. There are countless famous mountains in the world, and countless flowers bloom and wither. I hope this scene will last forever and the 8 sections will not change at all times.
真可谓三界之元山，滋养五行之水穴。孙悟空正默默地看着风景，突然听到有人说话，便下山去找。原来陡峭的悬崖前就是水帘洞。
It can truly be said to be the source mountain of the 3 realms and the water cave that nourishes the 5 elements. Sun Wukong was watching the scenery silently when he suddenly heard someone talking and went down the mountain to look for him. It turns out that in front of the steep cliff is the Water Curtain Cave.
洞门外有几只小妖在跳舞，见到悟空就逃走了。悟空说：“别逃，我要把你们说的话都说出来。我是南面花果山水帘洞的洞主，你们这是什么鸟妖？”
There were some little demons dancing outside the cave door, and they ran away when they saw Wukong. Wukong said, "Don't run away. I want to say everything you said. I am the cave master of the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain in the south. What kind of harpies are you?"
他屡屡欺负我的儿孙，我特地来找他。小妖听了，连忙跑进洞里报告：“大王，有灾祸了。”魔王问：“什么灾祸？”小妖说：“洞外有一只猴子。”
He repeatedly bullied my children and grandchildren, and I came here to see him. After hearing this, the little demon quickly ran into the cave and reported, "Your Majesty, there is a disaster." The devil asked, "What disaster?" The little demon said, "There is a monkey outside the cave."
自称是花果山水帘洞的洞主，说你屡次欺负他的子孙，所以才来找你，看看到底是怎么回事。魔王笑道：“我常听那些猴子说。”
Claiming to be the cave owner of the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain, he said that you repeatedly bullied his descendants, so he came to find you to see what was going on. The devil smiled and said, "I often hear those monkeys say."
他们有一个出家修行的国王，这次估计也来了。你看他穿的怎么样？带的是什么武器？小妖说，他没有武器，光头，穿一件红袍，系着黄带。
They have a king who is a monk, and he is probably here too this time. What do you think he is wearing? What weapons are you carrying? The little demon said, "He has no weapons, has a bald head, wears a red robe and a yellow belt."
脚上穿一双黑靴子，看上去既不像和尚，又不像俗人，也不像道士或仙人，手无寸铁，正在门外喊叫。魔王听了，说：“把我的铠甲和武器拿来。”
Wearing a pair of black boots, he looks neither like a monk, nor a layman, nor a Taoist priest, nor an immortal. He is unarmed and shouting outside the door. The devil heard this and said, "Bring me my armor and weapons."
小妖立刻把他们拿了出来。那妖王身披铠甲，手执宝剑，与众妖从门外走来，高声喊道：“谁是水帘洞洞主？”悟空睁眼一看，只见妖王头戴黑金盔。
The little demon took them out immediately. The demon king was wearing armor and holding a sword in his hand. He walked out of the door with other demons and shouted, "Who is the master of the Water Curtain Cave?" Wukong opened his eyes and saw the demon king, wearing a black gold helmet.
在阳光下熠熠生辉，身穿黑丝长袍，随风飘扬；身穿黑铁铠甲，用皮带紧紧捆扎，脚穿花褶靴，威风凛凛，犹如将军。腰宽10丈，身高3尺，手执宝剑。
Shining in the sun, wearing a black silk robe, fluttering in the wind. Wearing black iron armor, tightly tied with belts, wearing floral pleated boots, he looks majestic like a general. The waist is 10 feet wide and the height is 3 feet. Holding a sword in hand.
剑刃十分明亮，人称混沌魔王，面目狰狞。孙悟空大叫道：“这鬼子眼睛这么大，看不见我。”鬼子看见了，笑道：“你身高不足4尺，年龄不足30岁。”
The blade of the sword is very bright, and it is called the Chaos Demon King with a ferocious appearance. Sun Wukong shouted, "This devil's eyes are so big that he can't see me." The devil saw it and laughed. You are less than 4 feet tall and less than 30 years old.
手里又没有兵器，竟敢如此嚣张，想见我？悟空骂道：“你这鬼子，没眼睛！你以为我小，其实大不难；你以为我没兵器，其实我2只手勾着天上的月亮。”
You have no weapons in your hands. How dare you be so arrogant and want to see me? Wukong cursed, You devil, you have no eyes. You think I am small, but in fact it is not difficult to grow up. You think I have no weapons, but in fact I am holding the moon and the sky with both hands.
你别怕，挨我一拳就好。说罢跳起来，一拳打在他脸上。鬼子伸手挡住，说：“你这么矮，我这么高，你要用拳头，我要用剑。我若用剑，非要杀了你。”
Don't be afraid, just take a punch from me. After saying that, he jumped up and punched him in the face. The Japanese stretched out his hand to block him and said, You are so short and I am so tall. You have to use your fist and I have to use my sword. If I use my sword to kill you,
还要被人笑话。等我放下剑，咱们再打。悟空说：“对呀。好人，来吧！”魔王丢开架势，开始战斗。悟空也冲进来迎战，他们拳打脚踢，来回冲撞。原来长拳空
and be laughed at. Let's fight again when I put down my sword. Wukong said, That's right. Good people, come on. The Demon King dropped his posture and started fighting. Wukong also rushed in to fight. They punched and kicked, and rushed back and forth. It turned out that the long fist was empty.
短拳有力，魔王被悟空一拳打在肋部和裆部，好几次打中关节，伤势严重。他闪身，拿起大钢刀，对着悟空的头砍去。悟空连忙后退，这一砍没中。
The short punch is powerful. The Demon King was punched in the ribs and crotch by Wukong, hitting the joint several times, causing serious injuries. He dodged, picked up the big steel knife, and chopped off Wukong's head. Wukong quickly retreated, but the slash missed.
悟空见他凶残，便用身法拔出一把头发，扔进嘴里，嚼碎，喷向空中，大叫一声，变身，立刻化作300-200只小猴子，围在他身边。原来修成仙人。
Seeing how ferocious he was, Wukong used his body skills to pull out a handful of hair, threw it into his mouth, chewed it, sprayed it into the air, and shouted, Transform, and immediately transformed into 300 to 200 little monkeys, surrounding him. It turned out that he became an immortal through cultivation.
可以化作任何形状，但孙悟空成道之后，身上长了84000根羽毛，每一根都能随心所欲的变化。那些小猴子听话极了，刀砍不伤，枪刺不伤。
can take any shape. But after Sun Wukong became enlightened, he had 84,000 feathers on his body, each of which could change at will. Those little monkeys were very obedient and could not be hurt by a knife or a spear.
看他前后跳跃，爬上来，围着魔王，抱住他，拉住他，钻他裤裆，扭他的脚，踢打他，揪他的头发，挖他的眼睛，拧他的鼻子，提骨，像打一堆皮球一样打他。
Watch him jump back and forth, climb up, surround the devil, hug him, pull him, drill his crotch, twist his feet, kick him, pull his hair, gouge his eyes, twist his nose, play the drum, hitting him like a bunch of rubber balls.
悟空这才拿出刀，把小猴子分开，打在他们的头顶上，把他们砍成两截。他带着其余的人进了洞里，把大大小小的妖怪都消灭了，但他却抖了抖头发。
Then Wukong took out his knife, separated the little monkeys, hit them on the top of their heads, and cut them in two. He took the rest of the people into the cave and destroyed all the monsters, big and small. But he shook his hair.
又把身体重新穿上了。原来，那个不能重新穿上身体的，正是魔王在水帘洞里抓到的那只小猴子。悟空道：“你们为什么在这里？”约有30-50只猴子。
He put his body back on again. It turned out that the one who could not put his body back on was the little monkey that the devil caught in the water curtain cave. Wukong asked, "Why are you here?" There were about 30 or 50 monkeys.
个个眼含泪花，说：“自从大王去修仙以来，我们跟他吵了2年，他才把我们带到这里。那不是我们洞里的火吗？10盆10碗都被他拿走了。”悟空说
With tears in their eyes, everyone said, "Since the king went to cultivate immortality, we have been arguing with him for 2 years before he brought us here. Isn't that the fire in our cave?" He took away the stone basins and bowls, Wukong said.
既然是我们的火，你们都搬出去吧。于是洞里燃起了火，谁也烧干了，万物合一。他对众人说：“你们都跟我回去吧。”猴子们说：“大王，我们来这里的时候
Since it is our fire, you all move out. Then a fire was lit in the cave, the water was dried up, and everything became one. He said to everyone, "You all come back with me." The monkeys said, "Your Majesty, when we came here."
只听见耳边有风声，飘到了此处，又不认识路。现在我们怎么回家呢？悟空说：“这是他使的魔术，有多难呢？现在我全知道魔术了，我也能做到。”
I only heard the sound of wind in my ears, and I arrived here, but I didn't know the way. How do we get home now? Wukong said, "This is the magic he used." How difficult is it? Now I know all about magic and I can do it.
你们都闭上眼睛，不要害怕。善良的孙悟空念了咒语，驱赶一阵风，乌云落下。他大叫：“孩子们，睁开眼睛吧！”猴子们踩着地上，认出了自己的家乡。
You all close your eyes and don't be afraid. The kind-hearted son Wukong chanted a spell to drive away a gust of wind and the dark clouds fell. He shouted, "Children, open your eyes." The monkeys stepped on the ground and recognized their hometown.
他们个个高兴极了，沿着老路跑到洞口。洞里的猴子们齐聚一堂，分班入内，分辈分先后向孙悟空顶礼膜拜。他们摆上酒果，迎接祝贺。
They were all very happy and ran along the old road to the entrance of the cave. The monkeys in the cave gathered together, entered in groups and in order of seniority, and worshipped Sun Wukong. They put out wine and fruit to welcome congratulations.
并向他询问降妖救子的故事。悟空一一详述，猴子们赞叹不已，说：“大王去哪儿了？没想到学会了这样的本事。”悟空又说：“我离开你们的时候。”
And asked him about the story of subduing a demon and rescuing his son. Wukong explained everything in detail, and the monkeys were full of admiration and said, "Where has the king gone? I didn't expect to learn such a skill." Wukong added, "When I left you,
就顺势飘过东海，到了犀牛河州境内，直奔南山不周，学了人形，穿了这衣服，穿了这鞋，摇摇晃晃地走了8、9年多，始终没有学得到。我又渡过西海。
Then he drifted across the East China Sea and arrived in Rhinoceros River Prefecture. He went straight to Nanshan, learned the human form, wore these clothes, wore these shoes, and walked unsteadily for more than 8 or 9 years, but he never learned the Tao. I crossed the Western Sea again.
到了犀牛河州境内，我游历了许久，有幸遇见一位老祖宗，传授了我长生不老的真功德和长生不老的大道。大王真是天下第一王！猴子们恭喜道。
Arriving in Rhinoceros River State. I traveled for a long time and was lucky enough to meet an ancestor who taught me the true merits of immortality and the path to immortality. Your Majesty is really the best king in the world. The monkeys congratulated.
难得的机会，悟空笑道：“小家伙们，很高兴我家的人都有姓氏。”猴子们问：“你们姓什么？”悟空说：“我姓孙，法号悟空。”猴子们一听，都拍手，高兴地说
Rare opportunity. Wukong smiled and said, "Little guys, I'm glad that everyone in my family has a surname." The monkeys asked, "What's your last name?" Wukong said, "My surname is Sun, and my Dharma name is Wukong." When the monkeys heard this, they all clapped their hands and said happily,
大王是老祖宗、老孙，而我们是老二、老三、老三、老四、老五，是一家人，一国之孙，一窝孙子的。他们都来奉承老孙，大大小小的碗里端着椰酒、葡萄酒、鲜花。
The king is the ancestor. Old son, we are the second, third, fourth, and fifth children. We belong to one family, the grandchildren of a country, and a nest of grandchildren. They all came to flatter old son, filling bowls of various sizes with large and small bowls. Serving coconut wine, fairy flowers.
仙果真是幸福美满的一家人啊！关通已经归根结底，等待晋升为仙人之名。毕竟不知道结果会如何，又会在这个世界上落得什么下场。
Xianghua, what a happy family. Guantong has come to an end and is waiting to be promoted to the name of immortal. After all, I don't know what the outcome will be and what my end will be in this world.
下章再说吧。第3章，山海降九域，十类皆灭。孙悟空光荣归来，打败了妖王，带了一把大剑，每天练武，教小猴子们砍竹为旗，雕木为剑，做旗，吹哨。
Let's talk about it in the next chapter. Chapter 3, Mountains and seas descend into 9 hells, and all 10 categories are destroyed. Sun Wukong returned gloriously, defeated the Demon King, brought a big sword, practiced martial arts every day, taught the little monkeys to chop bamboo into flags, carve wood into swords, make flags, and blow whistles.
进退，安营扎寨，玩了好久。突然，他静坐，心里想：我们怕我们的诡计得逞，也许会惊动人王或者鸟王、兽王认出我们来，说我们造反，会来杀我们。
We advanced and retreated, set up camp, and played for a long time. Suddenly, he sat quietly and thought to himself, "We are afraid that if our trick succeeds, we may alert the king of humans, or the king of birds and beasts may recognize us, accuse us of rebellion, and come to kill us."
你们都是竹竿、木剑，怎么与他们斗？你们要有锋利的剑戟，现在我们怎么办？猴子们一听，无不惊恐万分，说：“大王，您的眼光很好，可是无处可去。”正说着
You all have bamboo poles and wooden swords, how can you fight with them? You want sharp swords and halberds, what should we do now? When the monkeys heard this, they were all frightened and said, "Your Majesty, you have a good vision, but you have nowhere to go." As he said,
来了4只老猴子，其中2只赤臀马猴，2只长背猿猴。他们走到他面前，说道：“大王，要想制造出锋利的兵器，很容易。”悟空说：“你为什么觉得很容易呢？”
4 old monkeys came, including 2 red-rumped horse monkeys and 2 long-backed monkeys. They walked up to him and said, "Your Majesty, it's easy to make sharp weapons." Wukong said, "Why do you think it's easy?"
4只猴子说：“我们大王的东面有200里的水域，那是奥莱国的边境。那边境有一座宝座，城里有无数的军民，必定有金、银、铜、铁等工匠。大王去了。”
The 4 monkeys said, "To the east of our king, there is 200 miles of water, which is the border of Aolai Kingdom. There is a throne on that border, and there are countless soldiers and civilians in the city. There must be gold, silver, copper, iron, etc. The craftsman. The king has gone."
可以买些或者制造一些兵器，教我们守山之道，那也是长久维持太平盛世的好机会。悟空听了，大喜道：“你们在这里玩吧，我去。”
You can buy or make some weapons and teach us how to guard the mountains. That is also a good opportunity to maintain peace and prosperity for a long time. After hearing this, Wukong was overjoyed and said, "You guys can play here, I'll go."
善良的孙悟空飞快地腾空而起，一眨眼就越过了200里水面，果然看到对面有一座城，城内有6条街道，3个市集，千家万户，人来人往。
The kind-hearted son Wukong soared into the sky quickly and crossed 200 miles of water in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, he saw a city opposite with 6 streets and 3 markets. Thousands of households, people coming and going.
都是大白天的。悟空心里想，一定有一个现成的，我不打算给他买武器，我还不如用我的法力给他找一些。他开始吟诵咒语，念动咒语。
All in broad daylight. Wukong thought to himself, "There must be one ready. I'm not going to buy him weapons. I might as well use my magic power to find him some." He began to recite a spell. Recite the mantra.
向地面吸一口气，然后呼出，一阵狂风，沙石飞扬，令人叹为观止。炮云升起之处，世界震动，黑雾阴霾，大地昏暗。江河大海惊涛骇浪，鱼血金黄。
Breathe in toward the ground and exhale. A strong wind blew up sand and rocks, and it was breathtaking. Where the cannon clouds rose, the world shook, and there was black mist and haze, and the earth was dark. The rivers and seas are in turmoil, and the fish and crabs are frightened.
山林树木折断，虎狼逃窜，一切生意无伤人，一切人生无人生人。宫中君王回内院，阶前文500官皆往衙门。千年宝座被吹倒。
The trees in the mountains and forests were broken, and the tigers and wolves fled. There is no business without merchants, and there is no life without people. The king and the palace returned to the inner courtyard, and all the civil and military officials in front of the steps went to the yamen. The 1,000-year throne was blown down.
五凤塔被连根撼动，风起，奥莱王被吓跑了。大街小巷，人人惊慌，门窗紧闭，谁也不敢离开。悟空便压下云朵，冲进皇宫，直奔兵器殿和武器库。
The 5 Phoenix Pagoda was shaken to its roots. The wind blew up and King Owlai was scared away. In the streets and alleys, everyone was in panic. The doors and windows were closed, and no one dared to leave. Wukong suppressed the clouds, rushed into the palace, and went straight to the weapons hall and weapons depot.
他开门往里看，只见刀枪剑戟斧斧矛镰鞭钺棒竹竿弓弩插矛等兵器数不胜数。他见了，大喜道：“拿多少？我用分身术拿去。”
He opened the door and looked inside, and saw countless weapons such as swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, sickles, whips, axes, sticks, bamboo poles, crossbows, forks, spears and other weapons. When he saw it, he was overjoyed and said, "How much can you take? I'll use the clone technique to take it."
好心的孙悟空立刻拔出一把矛，嚼碎了，吐了出来，念了咒语，大叫一声，便化作千万只小猴子，个个动手抢东西，力气大的拿武器剑。
The kind-hearted son Wukong immediately pulled out a handful of hair, chewed it up, spit it out, chanted a spell, and shouted, "Change!" Then he turned into thousands of little monkeys, and each one started to grab things, and the strong one took 5, 7 pieces.
力气小的拿30两件，他们把所有东西都拿走了。他踩着云朵，用魔法把强风召唤回来。他带着小猴子们回到了原来的地方。
If you are weak, take 32 pieces. They took everything away. He stepped on the clouds and used magic to summon the strong wind back. He took the little monkeys back to their original place.
花果山的猴子们正在洞外玩耍，忽听风声大作，只见空中猴精无边，惊慌失措，纷纷逃窜躲藏。不一会儿，孙悟空压云收雾，抖身敛发。
The monkeys in Huagua Mountain were playing outside the cave. Suddenly they heard a loud roar of wind and saw endless monkeys in the air. They panicked and fled and hid one after another. After a while, Sun Wukong suppressed the clouds and mist, shook his body and collected his hair.
把兵器堆在山前，大叫道：“小家伙们，快来拿兵器！”众猴一看，只见悟空独自站在一处平地上，纷纷跑来叩头，询问事情经过。悟空将自己如何借着大风。
He piled the weapons in front of the mountain and shouted, "Little guys, come and get the weapons." When the monkeys took a look, they saw Wukong standing alone on a flat ground, and they all came to kowtow and ask what happened. Wukong explains how he can take advantage of the strong wind.
搬动兵器的事情一五一十地告诉了众猴。众猴谢过之后，纷纷去抢刀剑、征斧枪、拉弓弩，玩了一整天。第二天，他们照常扎营。悟空集合了猴子们。
He told the monkeys everything about moving the weapons. After the monkeys thanked them, they went to grab swords, compete with axes and spears, and draw bows and crossbows, and played all day long. The next day, they set up camp as usual. Wukong gathered the monkeys.
总共有47000多只，早已惊动了山里所有的妖怪，有狼、虫、虎、豹、狐、狸、獾、狐狸、狮子、象、猩猩、熊、鹿、野猪、山牛、羚羊、青犀、狡兔、神鳌，各种妖王72洞天。
There are more than 47,000 in total, which have already alarmed all the monsters in the mountains, including wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, foxes, raccoons, badgers, foxes, lions, elephants, orangutans, bears, deer, wild boars, mountain oxen, and antelopes. Green rhinoceros, cunning rabbit, divine mastiff, the 72 caves of various demon kings.
都来顶礼膜拜孙悟空为最高统治者。他们每年40进贡，滚滚而来，有的跟着班修行，有的按节收粮，个个整整齐齐，把花果山弄得如同铁桶阵。
Everyone came to worship Sun Wukong as the supreme ruler. They pay tribute at 4 times every year, and they come in droves. Some follow the class to practice, and some collect grain according to festivals. They are all neat and tidy, making Huagua Mountain look like an array of iron barrels.
京城一般，各类妖王都带着金鼓、彩旗、铠甲，每天忙碌地练武起兵。孙悟空正兴致高昂，突然对众人说道：“弓弩兵器你们都熟，可我的剑实在笨拙。”
Like a golden city. All kinds of demon kings carry golden drums, colorful flags, and armor, and are busy practicing dances and raising troops every day. Sun Wukong was in high spirits when he suddenly said to everyone, "You are all familiar with bows and crossbows, but my sword is really clumsy."
不能如愿，有何办法？4个老猴子上前说道：“大王是仙人，一般的兵器于您毫无用处，不知大王能不能渡过水面？”悟空说道：“我自从闻道以来。”
If you can't do it, what can you do? The 4 old monkeys stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty is a sage, and ordinary weapons are of no use to you. I wonder if the king can cross the water?" Wukong said, "Since I heard the Tao."
便有72变之力， 筋斗云有大神通，能藏身遁迹，能以幻治幻。天上有道，地上有门，日月上行无影，金石上进无阻，水不能淹我，火不能烧我。
It has the power of 72 transformations. The somersault cloud has great supernatural powers, can hide and escape, and can create illusions with illusions. There is a way in the sky, a door on the earth. The sun and the moon move upward without shadow. Gold and stone move upward without hindrance. Water cannot flood me, fire cannot burn me.
还有什么渡不过的呢？四只猴子说道：“既然大王有如此神通，我们这铁桥底下有水，通向东海龙宫。大王若是肯下去，就去找老龙王。”
What else can't be overcome? The 4 monkeys said, "Since the king has such magical powers, there is water under our iron bridge, which leads to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. If your majesty is willing to go down, then go find the old Dragon King."
问他想要什么兵器，不就满意了吗？悟空听了很高兴，说道：“等我去。”善良的孙悟空跳到桥头，使出蓝水术，手指一转，一头扎进浪花里，劈开水道。
Ask him what weapons he wants. Wouldn't he be satisfied? Wukong was very happy after hearing this and said, "Wait for me." The kind-hearted son Wukong jumped to the bridge and used the water-blocking technique. With a twist of his finger, he plunged into the waves and split the water channel.
直奔东海海底。正走着，忽见海上巡视的夜叉拦住他，问道：“那推水来的圣物是谁？说清楚点，好通知你来迎接我。”悟空说
Go straight to the bottom of the East China Sea. As he was walking, he suddenly saw Yaksha patrolling the sea. He stopped him and asked, "Who is that holy object that came from the water? Tell me clearly so that I can inform you to come and greet me." Wukong said,
我是花果山出身的圣人孙悟空，老龙王是你邻居，你怎么不认得我了？夜叉一听，连忙向水晶宫报告：“大王，外头有一位花果山出身的圣人孙悟空。”
"I am son Wukong, a sage born in Waguashan. The old Dragon King is your neighbor. Why don't you recognize me?" When Yasha heard this, he quickly reported to the Crystal Palace, "Your Majesty, there is a sage son Wukong from Huagua Mountain outside."
自称是你的邻居，要来宫里。东海龙王敖光立刻起身，带着龙子、龙孙、虾兵、蟹将出宫迎接，说：“请进，请进。”他们在宫中相见，坐下来敬茶，然后问
He claims to be your neighbor and wants to come to the palace. Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, immediately stood up, took the dragon's son, the dragon grandson, the shrimp soldiers, and the crab generals out of the palace to greet him, saying, "Please come in, please come in." They met in the palace, sat down to serve tea, and then asked,
你什么时候得到的？教了什么法宝？悟空说：我出生后出家修行，得了不生不灭之身。近来，我一直教导子孙守着洞府，却没有法宝。
When did you gain enlightenment? What magic weapon was taught? Wukong said, After I was born, I became a monk and practiced Buddhism, and gained an immortal body. Recently, I have been teaching my descendants to guard the cave, but I have no magic weapon.
我听说我的贤邻喜欢玉弓，诸公一定有多余的法宝，所以来求一把。龙王不好拒绝，就叫桂鱼司令拿出一把大干刀来献给他。悟空说：“我不会用剑。”
I heard that my good neighbor likes the Jade Palace and the Pearl Palace, so he must have extra magic weapons, so I came to ask for one. The Dragon King couldn't refuse, so he asked Commander Mandarin Fish to bring out a big pole knife and offer it to him. Wukong said, I don't know how to use a sword.
请再给我一把。龙王命令桂鱼兵士拿出一把9尺叉。悟空跳下来，拿在手里，用了一会儿，放下，说：“轻啊，轻啊，轻！我的手也拿不稳，请再给我一把。”
Please give me another handful. The Dragon King ordered the Mandarin Fish soldier to take out a 9-pronged fork. Wukong jumped down, held it in his hand, used it for a while, put it down, and said, Light, 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 I can't hold it steady, please give it to me again. A handful.
龙王大笑道：“娘娘，你看不出来，这把叉子有3600斤重。”悟空道：“不合我手，不合我手。”龙王大惊，命提督肯和李将军拿出一把画着方戟的。
The Dragon King laughed and said, My lady, you can't tell. This fork weighs 3,600 kilograms. Wukong said, It doesn't fit in my hand. It doesn't fit in my hand. The Dragon King was shocked and ordered Admiral Ken and General Li to take it out. One with a square halberd painted on it.
这把戟有7200斤重。悟空见了，跑上前去，拿在手里，扔了几个架子，散了2招，插在中间道：“还轻着呢，轻着呢，轻着呢。”老龙王大惊道：“王爷！”
This halberd weighs 7,200 kilograms. Wukong saw it, ran forward, took it in his hand, threw a few frames, scattered 2 moves, inserted in the middle and said, It's still light, it's still light, it's still light. The old Dragon King was shocked and said, My lord.
这把戟是我宫里唯一的重器，别的兵器都没有了。悟空大笑道：“古人说，海龙王优才，你再去找找，有喜欢的，一一奉上。”龙王道：“没有了。”正说话间，
This halberd is the only important weapon in my palace, and there are no other weapons. Wukong laughed and said, the ancient said, the Sea Dragon King is worried about wealth. Go look for it again. If there are any you like, offer them to you one by one. The Dragon King said, no more. While talking,
身后闪过一个龙女和一个龙女，说道：“大王，拜见本圣非同小可。我们海堡中有一块定江水深浅的宝铁，这几天一直闪闪发亮，有祥瑞之气。”
A dragon girl and a dragon girl flashed behind her and said, Your Majesty, it is no small matter to pay homage to this saint. Among our sea treasures, there is a piece of precious iron that determines the depth of the river. It has been shining brightly and auspiciously in the past few days.
是不是该拜见本圣了？龙王说道：“那是大禹治水时用来测定江海深浅的钉子，是一块神铁，能有什么用处？”龙女说道：“你别管它能不能用，给它就行。”
Isn't it time to meet this saint? The Dragon King said, That was the stater used by Daiyu to measure the depth of the river and sea when he was controlling the floods. It is a piece of magical iron. What use can it be? The dragon girl said, Don't worry about whether he can use it or not, just give it to him.
不管他怎么画，只要送出宫去就行。老龙王顺着他的话，把一切都告诉了悟空。悟空说道：“拿出来给我看看。”龙王摇了摇手说道：“我拿不动。”
No matter how he transforms, he just needs to be sent out of the palace. The old Dragon King followed his words and told Wukong everything. Wukong said, Take it out and show it to me. The Dragon King shook his hand and said, I can't lift it.
要亲自去仙界看看。悟空说道：“在哪儿？带我过去。”龙王领着他来到海堡中间，忽然看见1000盏金灯。龙王指着说：“就是那盏闪闪发光的。”
You have to go to the fairy world and see it for yourself. Wukong said, Where? Take me there. The Dragon King led him to the middle of the sea treasures, and suddenly saw 1,000 golden lamps. The Dragon King pointed at it and said, That's the shining one.
悟空掀开衣服上前摸了摸，发现是一根铁柱，约有水桶粗细，长2尺多。他用双手尽力搓着，说：“太粗太长了，要短一点、细一点才有用。”说罢
Wukong lifted up his clothes and stepped forward, touched it, and found that it was an iron pillar, about the thickness of a bucket, and more than 2 feet long. He rubbed it with both hands as hard as he could and said, It's too thick and too long. It needs to be shorter and thinner to be useful. After that,
宝物就短了几尺，细了一些。悟空又摇了摇，说：“细一点就好了。”宝物果然细了几分。悟空大喜，拿出海宝一看，只见2头各有2个金箍，中间是一块黑铁。
The treasure is just a few feet shorter and a little thinner. Wukong shook it again and said, just be a little thinner. The treasure was indeed a little thinner. Wukong was overjoyed. He took out the treasure and saw 2 golden hoops at each end and a piece of black iron in the middle.
箍旁边刻着一行字，名叫“如意金箍棒，重13500斤”。他心里暗喜，说：“我想，此宝必如我所愿。”他一边走，一边想着，说：“再短一点，细一点就好了。”
There was a line of words engraved next to the hoop, which was called Rui Golden Hoop, weighing 13,500 kilograms. He was secretly happy and said, I think this treasure will be as I wish. As he walked, after thinking about it, I said, it would be nice to make it shorter and thinner.
拿出来一看，只有2尺长，碗口粗细。看他神通广大，把所有的招数都扔了，在水晶宫里转来转去。老龙王吓坏了，小龙们吓得魂飞胆丧。
When I took it out, I saw that it was only 2 feet long and the mouth of a bowl was as thin as a bowl. Seeing how powerful he is, he throws away all his tricks and wanders around the Crystal Palace. The old Dragon King was frightened, and the little dragons were frightened to death.
龟龟们都缩回脖子，鱼虾蟹爪子都把头藏了起来。悟空捧着宝物，坐在水晶宫上，笑眯眯地看着龙王，多谢大恩。龙王说：“不敢，不敢。”悟空说
The turtles all retracted their necks, and the fish, shrimps, and crabs hid their heads with their claws. Wukong held the treasure, sat on the Crystal Palace, and looked at the Dragon King with a smile. Thank you for your kindness. The Dragon King said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Wukong said,
这块铁虽然很有用，但是还有一个东西。龙王说：“仙人还有什么话要说？”悟空说：“我当时要是没有这块铁就好了，现在有了它，我又没有衣服穿。”
Although this piece of iron is very useful, there is one more thing. The Dragon King said, What else does the immortal have to say? Wukong said, I wish I didn't have this piece of iron at that time. Now that I have it, I have nothing to wear.
怎么办呢？你有什么铠甲的话，给我一副就行了，谢谢。龙王说：“我没有这个。”悟空道：“一刻莫烦二主，我若没有，断然不出此门。”龙王道：“请你去别海。”
How to do it? If you have any armor, just give me one, thank you. The Dragon King said, I don't have this. Wukong said, Don't bother the 2 masters if you are a guest. If I don't have it, I will never leave this door. The Dragon King said, Please go to other seas.
也许能找到。悟空又道：“去一海不如去3海，请你求一件东西。”龙王道：“ 我看你没有，有的话我奉承你。悟空道：真的吗？我拿这铁给你试试。龙王慌了，道：
Maybe you can find it. Wukong said again, It is better to go to 3 seas than to 1 sea. Please ask for something. The Dragon King said, I don't think you have any. If you do, I will flatter you. Wukong said, Really? Let me give you this iron to try. The Dragon King panicked and said,
仙人，别动，别动，我看看我哥哥有没有，我送你一副。悟空道：你哥哥在哪儿？龙王道：我哥哥是南海龙王敖钦，北海龙王敖顺，西海龙王敖润。悟空道：
Immortal, don't move, don't move. I'll see if my brother has one, and I'll give you one. Wukong said, Where is your brother? The Dragon King said, My brothers are Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, and Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea. Wukong said,
我老孙不去。俗话说，三债抵不过二债。我只希望你能给我一副高一点或低一点的。老龙说：不必上天，我这里有一面铁骨和一口金钟，若有急事。
My grandson won't go. As the saying goes, 3 debts cannot pay for 2 debts. I just wish you could give me a higher or lower pair. Lao Long said, There is no need to go to heaven. I have an iron drum and a golden bell here. If there is an emergency,
只要击鼓摇钟，我的兄弟们马上就到了。悟空说：既如此，你赶紧去击鼓摇钟。果然，鳄鱼将军去摇钟，龟将军也来摇鼓。不一会儿，
just beat the drum and ring the bell, and my brothers will be there in no time. Wukong said, In that case, hurry up and beat the drum and ring the bell. Sure enough, General Crocodile went to ring the bell, and General Turtle came to shake the drum. After a while,
钟鼓声果然惊动了三海龙王。不一会儿，他们到了外面，在外面相会。敖钦道：兄弟，有什么事需要打鼓敲钟呢？老龙道：亲爱的兄弟，这不好说。
The sound of bells and drums indeed alarmed the 3 Seas Dragon King. After a while, they arrived outside and met outside. Ao Qin said, Brother, why do you need to play drums and ring bells? Old Long said, Dear brother, it's hard to say.
花果山里生了一位圣人，今晨来找我，认我是邻居。后来他要兵器，献上一把钢叉，太小了；又献上一把画戟，太轻了。又从银河里取出一块宝铁。
A saint was born in Huagua Mountain. He came to me this morning and recognized me as his neighbor. Later, when he asked for weapons, he offered a steel fork, which was too small, and a painted halberd, which was too light. And he took out a piece of precious iron from the Milky Way.
丢了些招数，现在他坐在宫里，想要一些铠甲，我没有，所以就敲钟敲鼓来请你。你有铠甲吗？只要给他一套，就送他出去。敖钦听了，大怒，道：“兄弟们
Lost some tricks. Now he is sitting in the palace and wants some armor. I don't have it, so I'll ring bells and drums to invite you. Do you have armor? Just give him a set and send him out." Ao Qin was furious after hearing this and said, "Brothers,
我们要不要起兵捉拿他？”老龙道：“你休想拿，休想拿！那铁块你摸了会死，碰了也会死，沾了一点皮会破，蹭了会伤筋。”西海龙王敖润道：“兄弟，
should we raise an army to capture him?" Lao Long said, "Don't even think about taking it. Don't even think about taking it. If you touch that piece of iron, it will die. If you touch it, it will die. If you touch it a little, your skin will be broken. If you rub it, your tendons will be injured." Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, said, "Brother,
你别跟他打了，给他穿上铠甲，送他出去，报信给天庭，天庭就会惩罚他。”北海龙王敖顺道：“对，我这儿有一双连丝云履。”西海龙王敖润道：“
don't fight him, put him in armor, send him out, report the news to heaven, and heaven will punish him." Beihai Dragon King Ao Shun said, "Yes, I have a pair of lotus silk cloud shoes here." Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, said,
我带了一双锁子甲金铠。南海龙王敖钦道：“我有一顶凤翅紫金冠。”老龙大喜，领着他到水晶宫去拜见，并奉上。悟空戴上金冠、金甲、云鞋。
"I brought a pair of chain mail and gold armor." Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South China Sea, said, "I have a purple gold crown with phoenix wings." The old dragon was overjoyed and took him to the Crystal Palace to meet him and presented him to him. Wukong put on a golden crown, golden armor, and cloud shoes.
举起如意棒杀了出去，对龙群说：“闭嘴，闭嘴！”四位龙王很不高兴，一边商量着要不要上报天庭，一边闭口不提这件事。瞧着孙悟空劈开水道，
He raised the wishful stick and killed him, saying to the dragons, "Shut up, shut up." The 4 dragon kings were very unhappy and kept silent about the matter while discussing whether to report it to heaven. Look at this Sun Wukong, splitting the water channel.
回到铁桥边，冲了上去。只见4只老猴子领着众猴都在桥边等候。忽然，悟空从浪涛中跳了出来，身上没有一滴水，气势磅礴地走上了桥。
Returned to the iron bridge and rushed up. I saw 4 old monkeys leading the monkeys, all waiting by the bridge. Suddenly, Wukong jumped out of the waves, without a drop of water on his body, and walked onto the bridge majestically.
众猴惊得都跪下来，说：“大王，好壮丽呀，好壮丽呀！”悟空喜笑颜开，登基为宝座，将铁棍竖立在中间。那些猴子不知好歹，纷纷前来抢宝物。
All the monkeys were so shocked that they all knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, how magnificent! How magnificent!" Wukong beamed with joy, ascended the throne, and erected the iron rod in the middle. Those monkeys didn't know what was wrong and came to grab the treasures one after another.
可就像蜻蜓点水摇铁树一样，根本搬不动。他们咬着手指，吐着舌头，说：“大王，你怎么能搬这么重的东西？”悟空走近，伸出双手，一把抓住。
But like a dragonfly shaking an iron tree by touching water, it cannot be moved at all. They bit their fingers, stuck out their tongues, and said, "My king, how can you carry such a heavy thing?" Wukong approached, stretched out his hands, and grabbed it.
笑眯眯地对他们说道：“万物皆有主人，这宝物在海中不知藏了多少万年，今年却熠熠生辉。龙王只以为它是一块玄铁，称其为镇守银河底的神宝。”
He smiled and said to them, "Everything has its owner. This treasure has been hidden in the sea for countless thousands of years, but it shines brightly this year." The Dragon King only thought it was a piece of black iron and called it a sacred treasure guarding the bottom of the Milky Way.
那些家伙抬不动，就叫我亲自去拿。当时这宝物有2米多长，粗如水桶。我打了它，嫌它太大，就把它打小了许多。我叫它再小一些，它又小了许多。
Those guys couldn't lift it, so they asked me to get it myself. At that time, the treasure was more than 2 meters long and as thick as a bucket. I beat it and thought it was too big, so I made it much smaller. I told it to be smaller, and it became much smaller.
我叫它再小一些，它又小了许多。我连忙朝天空望去，只见上面有一行字，写着“如意金箍棒，13500斤”。你站到一边去，我叫它再变个形状。
I told it to be smaller, and it became much smaller. I quickly looked towards the sky and saw a line of words on it, which read, "Rui Golden Cudgel, 13,500 kilograms. You stand aside and it'll tell it to change shape again."
他把手中的宝物一抛，大叫道：“小，小，小！”它立刻缩小到能藏在耳朵里的绣花针那么大。众猴惊恐不已，大叫道：“大王，拿出来玩玩！”
He threw the treasure in his hand and shouted, "Little, little, little." It immediately shrank to the size of an embroidery needle that could be hidden in an ear. The monkeys were frightened and shouted, "Your Majesty, take it out and play with it."
孙悟空真的把它从耳朵里拿出来，捧在掌心大叫：“大，大，大！”然后它就变得粗如水桶，长得有2尺。他大喜，跳上桥，走出洞外。他手捧宝物，神通广大。
Sun Wukong really took it out of his ears, held it in his palm and shouted, "Big! Big! Big!" Then it became as thick as a bucket and 2 feet long. He was overjoyed, jumped onto the bridge and walked out of the cave. He holds treasures in his hands and has great supernatural powers.
方若天地，弯腰大叫：“长大！”他长到万丈高，头如泰山，腰如险峻，眼如闪电，口如血盆，牙齿如剑矛，手中的棍子直达33天18层地狱。
Like heaven and earth, it bends down and shouts, "Grow up!" It grows to a height of 10,000 feet, with a head like Mount Tai, a waist as steep as a cliff, eyes like lightning, a mouth like a basin of blood, teeth like swords and spears, and a stick in its hand that reaches up to 33 days. 18 layers of hell.
满山的虎豹狼虫怪兽，72洞天妖王无不惊恐不已，纷纷跪拜拜他，惊恐不已，魂飞魄散。他一瞬间收起法相，将宝物化作绣花针，藏在耳朵里。
The tigers, leopards, wolves, insects, monsters, and the 72 cave demon kings all over the mountain were all frightened, and they all knelt down and worshipped him. They were so frightened that their souls were gone. In an instant, he put away the Dharma statue, turned the treasure into an embroidery needle, and hid it in his ear.
回到洞天妖王那里，各洞天妖王惊恐不已，纷纷前来道贺。这时，猴王敲锣打鼓，准备了各式各样的美食，并在酒杯中盛满了椰子汁和葡萄汁。
Return to the cave demon king. The demon kings from all the caves were horrified and came to congratulate him one after another. At this time, the Monkey King beat gongs and drums, prepared various delicacies, and filled the wine glasses with coconut juice and grape juice.
他们大饱口福，然后继续教导表演。猴王任命4只老猴子为将军，2只赤臀马猴为马帅和刘帅，2只长背猴为崩将军和八将军。他把安营扎寨。
They feasted and then continued to teach the show. The Monkey King appointed 4 old monkeys as generals, 2 red-rumped monkeys as Ma Shuai and Lu Shuai, and 2 long-backed monkeys as General Bang and General Ba. He set up camp.
赏罚分明的管理工作都委托给4位将军。他心安理得，每日驾云驾雾，周游天下，在千山万岭中尽情享乐。 他用武功到处拜访英雄豪杰。
The administration of rewards and punishments was entrusted to the 4 generals. With peace of mind, he rode on clouds and mist every day, traveling around the world and enjoying himself in thousands of mountains and ridges. He used martial arts to visit heroes everywhere.
用神通广交朋友。这时，他认识了7个兄弟，分别是牛魔王、龙魔王、鹏魔王、狮魔王、猕猴王、绒猴王和自己的孙悟空。他每日论文论武，酒杯相送。
Use your magical powers to make friends. At this time, he met 7 brothers, namely the Bull Demon King, the Dragon Demon King, the Ping Demon King, the Lion Demon King, the Macaque King, the Marmoset King, and his own son Wukong. He writes essays on martial arts every day, and sends glasses of wine to each other.
奏乐跳舞，朝出暮归，无不乐在其中。他把千里之遥当成朝廷之路，正所谓点头能直达3000里，扭一扭腰能行800余里。一天
Playing music and dancing, going out in the morning and returning home in the evening, everyone enjoys it. He regards 1,000 miles as the road to the court. As the saying goes, a nod can reach 3,000 miles, and a twist of the waist can travel more than 800 miles. One day,
洞房命4大壮士摆设宴席，请6大天王饮酒，宰杀牛马，祭祀天地，又请各路妖怪载歌载舞，个个都醉了。6大天王被送了出去，却赏赐了大小头目。
the bridal chamber ordered the 4 strong men to prepare a banquet, invited the 6 heavenly kings to drink wine, slaughtered cattle and horses, and offered sacrifices to heaven and earth. They also invited various monsters to sing and dance, and everyone was drunk. The 6 heavenly kings were sent out, but they rewarded the big and small leaders.
他倚在铁桥边的松树荫下，一瞬间就睡着了。4大壮士带领众人护着他，不敢大声说话。孙悟空正睡着，就看见2个人拿着一张文件，上面写着
He leaned under the shade of the pine trees beside the iron bridge and fell asleep in an instant. For strong men led the crowd to protect him and did not dare to speak loudly. Sun Wukong was sleeping when he saw 2 people holding a document with the words,
孙悟空3个字。他们走到他面前，也不做任何解释，套上绳子，把孙悟空的魂魄带走，摇摇晃晃地径直走到一座城边。孙悟空渐渐清醒过来。
Sun Wukong. They walked up to him without any explanation, put on a rope, took away Sun Wukong's soul, and staggered straight to the edge of a city. Sun Wukong gradually came to his senses.
猛然抬头一看，城头上立着一块铁牌，上面写着3个大字，是阴间。孙悟空恍然大悟，阴间是阎王居住的地方， 你们来这里干什么？那两人道
Suddenly I looked up and saw an iron sign standing on the top of the city with 3 big characters written on it, which was Underworld. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, the Underworld is where the King of Hell lives. What are you doing here? The 2 people said.
你的寿命快要结束了，我们2人奉命带你来这里。孙悟空听了，道：我在3界之外，不在5行之中，已经不受他们控制了，你们怎么敢来带我走？
Your life is coming to an end, and the 2 of us have been ordered to bring you here. Sun Wukong listened and said, I am outside the 3 realms, not among the 5 elements, and I am no longer under their control. How dare you come and take me away?
那2个死人就拉拉扯扯，非要把他拖进来不可。孙悟空怒了，从耳朵里掏出一个宝物，一抖就变得像碗一样厚实。他举手把那2个死人打成了浆糊。
The 2 dead men kept tugging at each other, insisting on dragging him in. Sun Wukong was angry and took out a treasure from his ear. When he shook it, it became as thick as a bowl. He raised his hand and beat the 2 dead men into a pulp.
他解开绳索，松开手，挥起棍子，朝城里打去。牛头鬼吓得四处躲藏，马面鬼也逃走了。众鬼赶到森罗宫来报告：大王，灾祸！灾祸！外面有毛面雷神来袭。
He untied the rope, released his hand, swung his stick, and struck towards the city. The Minotaur was so frightened that he hid in all directions, and the horse-faced ghost also ran away. All the ghosts rushed to Sun Luo Palace to report, Your Majesty, disaster. Disaster. There is a hairy-faced thunder god coming outside.
10个阎王大惊失色，连忙穿衣拜见他。见他面目狰狞，立即跪下，大声喊道：“请留下姓名，请留下姓名。”孙悟空道：“既然不认识我，为何派人来抓我？”
The 10 kings of hell were horrified and quickly dressed to see him. Seeing his ferocious face, they immediately knelt down and shouted, Please leave your name. Please leave your name. Sun Wukong said, Since you don't know me, why did you send someone? Come and catch me?
狮王道：“不敢，不敢，我看是你派人来的。”孙悟空道：“我是花果山水帘洞里出生的圣人孙悟空，你是什么官职？”狮王拜道：“我们是地府10个阎王。”悟空道
The 10 kings said, I don't dare, I don't dare. I think you sent someone here. Sun Wukong said, I am the sage Sun Wukong who was born in the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain. What is your official position? The 10 kings bowed. We are the 10 kings of hell. Wukong said,
赶紧报上名来，免得挨打。狮王道：“我们是秦广王， 楚江王、宋帝王、恭王、阎罗王、平登王、泰山王、都城王、变城王、转轮王。悟空说：“你既然登基为帝，必有灵通。”
Report your name quickly to avoid being beaten. The 10 kings said, We are King Guang of Qin, King Chujiang, King Song, King Gong, King Yama, King Pingdang, King Taishan, King Ducheng, King Biancheng, and King Zhuanluan. Wukong said, Since you have ascended the throne as emperor, you must have psychic powers.
怎么就不知道修炼什么法宝呢？我孙悟空修炼仙道，寿比天涯，超脱三界，跳出五行，你为何派人来抓我？狮王道：仙人，请你冷静一下。
Why don't you know what magic weapon to practice? I, Sun Wukong, practice immortality, live longer than the end of the world, transcend the 3 realms, and jump out of the 5 elements. Why did you send people to arrest me? 10 kings said, Immortal, please calm down.
世上同名同姓的人多的是，难道那收尸的人走错地方了？悟空道：胡说，胡说！俗话说，官差遣人来，客不差遣人，赶紧把生死簿给我拿来。狮王听了
There are so many people with the same name in the world. Could it be that the person collecting the body went to the wrong place? Wukong said, Nonsense, nonsense. As the saying goes, officials send people, but guests don't. Hurry and bring me the book of life and death. The 10 kings heard this.
便请他进宫查看。悟空手持如意杖，上到森罗殿，面南而坐。狮王命掌管的判官把文书拿出来检查，判官不敢怠慢，便到衙门里拿出5、6件文书。
Then he was invited to the palace to check. Wukong held the Rui staff, went up to Sanluo Hall, and sat facing south. The judge in charge of the 10 kings took out the documents and inspected them. The judge did not dare to neglect, so he went to the yamen and took out 5 or 6 documents.
是本书一一检查，裸虫、毛虫、羽虫、虫、鳞虫皆无别名。又见猴子，原来这猴子形似人，却不入人名；形似裸虫，却不居于乡间；形似兽，却不归麒麟掌管。
10 books, examined one by one, naked insects, caterpillars, feather insects, worms, and scale insects, all have no other names. I saw a monkey again. It turns out that this monkey looks like a human, but it does not belong to a human name. It looks like a naked insect, but it does not live in the countryside. It looks like an animal, but it is not controlled by a unicorn.
形似鸟，却不归凤凰掌管。还有一本书，悟空亲自检查，直到魂字上标出孙悟空的名字是天降石猴，当活342岁，死而无憾的。悟空道：
It looks like a bird, but it is not ruled by a phoenix. There is also a book, which Wukong personally inspects until the word soul is marked with Sun Wukong's name, which is a stone monkey descended from the sky. He should live 342 years and die without regrets. Wukong said,
我不记得自己能活多久，只要有名字就行了。拿笔来。判官连忙拿笔蘸上浓墨。悟空拿起本子，把有名字的猴子全部划掉。他放下本子，说：“就这么定了。”
I don't remember how long I'll live, just having a name. Get a pen. The judge quickly took a pen and dipped it in thick ink. Wukong picked up the notebook and crossed out all the monkeys with names. He put down the notebook and said, "That's it."
现在不关你的事了，便一棍子把他们打出了阴间。10个国王不敢靠近他，都到翠云宫去拜地藏菩萨，商议上报天庭的事。孙悟空正在打斗出城。
It's none of your business now. So he beat them out of the underworld with a stick. The 10 kings did not dare to approach him, so they all went to Tsuyin Palace to worship Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and discuss matters to be reported to heaven. Sun Wukong was fighting out of the city.
突然被一根草绳绊倒了，摔了一跤。他一下子醒了过来，发现一切都是梦。他伸了个懒腰，听见4个武士和猴子们喊道：“我的大王，你喝了多少酒？”
Suddenly he tripped over a straw rope and fell. He suddenly woke up and found that everything was a dream. He stretched and heard the 4 warriors and the monkeys shouting, "My lord, how much wine have you drunk?"
怎么还不醒？悟空说：“我还在睡觉呢，梦见有2个人来这里把我带走，把我带到了阴间门口，我这才醒过来。我大显神通，一路喊到了森罗宫。”
Why aren't you awake yet? Wukong said, I was still sleeping. I dreamed that 2 people came here to take me away and took me to the gate of the underworld. I just woke up. I showed off my magical powers and shouted all the way to Sanluo Palace.
和10个大王吵了一架，把我们的生死簿都念了一遍，我们的名字全被我拿走了，我们才不受那些家伙的管束。猴子们连连叩头感谢他。从此以后
I had a fight with 10 kings and read out all our life and death books. I took all our names away, so we were no longer under the control of those guys. The monkeys kowtowed and thanked him. From then on,
许多山猴就再也没有老过，因为阴间没有名字。孙悟空讲完后，4大武士便将此事告知了其他洞府的妖王，妖王们纷纷前来祝贺。几天后
many mountain monkeys never grow old because there are no names in the underworld. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, the 4 warriors informed the demon kings of other caves about the incident, and the demon kings came to congratulate them one after another. A few days later,
六位结拜兄弟又来祝贺。他们听说孙悟空的名字从榜单上被除名了，都很高兴，每天都聚在一起玩乐。
6 sworn brothers came to congratulate again. When they heard that Sun Wukong's name had been removed from the list, they were very happy and gathered together to have fun every day.
慈悲仁慈的天尊玉皇大帝正坐在金銮殿的凌霄宫中，正集合文武百官开早朝。忽听邱弘基仙人禀报，皇上，东海龙王敖光在通明宫外上奏请旨。
The benevolent and benevolent Jade Emperor was sitting in the Lingshao Palace of the Jinluan Hall, gathering civil and military officials to hold the morning court. Suddenly he heard the report from the immortal Qiu Hongji, Your Majesty, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, is outside the Tongming Palace, and he is sending an edict.
请听天尊旨意。玉皇大帝吩咐道：“送来。”敖光来到凌霄宫，行了一礼，身边的仙童接过奏章，玉皇大帝从头读起。奏折上说，水系东胜神州东海小龙敖广。
Please listen to the will of God. The Jade Emperor ordered, send it here. Ao Guang came to Lingshao Palace and bowed. The fairy boy beside him took the memorial, and the Jade Emperor read it from the beginning. The memorial said, The water system Dongxing Shenzhou East China Sea Xiaolong Ao Guang.
来向大天圣主玄穹高帝报告。近来，生于花果山、居于水帘洞的魔王孙悟空欺负小龙，逼迫自己坐镇水宅，索要武器，施展法术，炫耀威力，要穿上铠甲。
Come and report to Emperor Xuanqiong, the Holy Lord of Heaven. Recently, the Demon King's son Wukong, who was born in Huagua Mountain and lives in Water Curtain Cave, has bullied Xiaolong and forced himself to sit in the water house. He asked for weapons, cast spells, showed off his power, and had to wear armor.
炫耀凶猛，吓伤水族生物，赶走龟鳄。南海龙族惊恐不已，西海龙族苦不堪言，北海龙族低头臣服。敖广俯首称臣，献上宝铁棍、凤翼金冠、锁子甲、云行鞋。
Show off your ferocity, scare aquatic creatures, and drive away turtles and crocodiles. The Dragon Clan of the South Sea was horrified, the Dragon Clan of the West Sea was miserable, and the Dragon Clan of the North Sea bowed their heads in submission. Ao Guang bowed his head and proclaimed himself a minister, and presented him with a precious iron rod, a golden crown with phoenix wings, chain mail, and cloud-walking shoes.
礼送而去，他依然炫耀武功神通，但依然不肯罢休。道：吵，果然是无敌的，很难控制。我现在报告此事，希望得到圣裁，恳请天兵天将 抓住这个恶魔。
Send gifts away. He still shows off his martial arts skills, but he still refuses to give up. Said, noisy. Quarrel. Sure enough, it is invincible and difficult to control. I am reporting the matter now, hoping to get the holy judgment. I implore the heavenly soldiers and generals to seize this demon.
让海山和平，下界安全。遵命。圣皇看完之后，下令道：“让龙神回海，我立刻派兵将他擒获。”老龙王低头道谢。接下来，葛仙翁天师道：“皇上
Let the seas and mountains be peaceful and the lower realms safe. Obey. After the holy emperor read it, he ordered, Let the dragon god return to the sea, and I will immediately send troops to capture him. The old dragon king bowed his head and thanked him. Next, Master Gu Xinwang said, Your Majesty.
地府秦广王给地藏菩萨上书了。传闻玉女接过上书，玉皇大帝也从头读了一遍。奏文上说，地府是人间地狱，天上有神，地上有鬼，阴阳轮回。
King Qin Guang of the underworld wrote a letter to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It is said that the Jade Girl took the letter, and the Jade Emperor also read it from the beginning. The memorial said, The underworld is a hell on earth. There are gods in the sky, ghosts on the earth, and the reincarnation of yin and yang.
非亲生受死，生生不息，生生不息，生生不息。女人变成男人，这是自然数，无法改变的。现在花果山水帘洞里生出了一个妖猴孙悟空，他邪恶暴力。
Birds and beasts live and die, life and death, life and death, life and death. Women become men. This is a natural number that cannot be changed. Now a demon monkey's son Wukong was born in the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain. He was evil and violent.
不肯被抓，用神通把地府九鬼使全部杀了，又仗势下伤了十代观音，在森罗闹得天翻地覆，被迫取消了他的名号。结果猴子们自由了。
Refusing to be caught, he used his magical power to kill all the 9 ghosts of the underworld, and used his power to scare the 10th generation Guanyin. He caused an uproar in Sanluo and was forced to cancel his name. As a result, the monkeys were free.
猕猴们长命百岁，在涅槃轮回中没有生死。我写下这份奏文，亵渎了猕猴，恳请您派神兵降服这个妖猴，理清这个妖猴的来龙去脉。
The macaques live a long life, and in the cycle of nirvana, there is no life or death. I write this memorial to blaspheme the macaque. I implore you to send your magic soldiers to subdue this demon monkey and clarify the ins and outs of this demon monkey.
把这个妖猴的命运交给我，我恳请您派神兵降服这个妖猴，理清这个妖猴的命运，阴阳相济， 为冥界带来永久的和平。我谨呈上此请愿书。
Leave the fate of this monster monkey to me. I implore you to send your magic soldiers to subdue this monster monkey and sort out the fate of this monster monkey. Yin and Yang will work together to bring eternal peace to the underworld. I submit this petition.
玉皇大帝看了之后，便下令，告诉阎王回地府去，我派兵去捉拿他。秦广王也低头谢过，便离开了。大天王召集文武天官，问道
After the Jade Emperor saw it, he ordered, "Tell the king of hell to go back to the underworld, and I will send troops to capture him." King Qin also bowed his head and thanked him, and left. The great heavenly king summoned the civil and military officials and asked,
这只妖猴是何年何代所生，竟有如此道行？话音未落，千里眼和聪耳神通出现在人群中，说道：“这只猴子是300年前天上降生的一只石猴。”
When was this monster monkey born, and how could he behave like this? Before he could finish his words, the clairvoyant and the intelligent ear appeared in the crowd and said, "This monkey is a stone monkey born in the sky 300 years ago."
当时人们并不把他当回事，不知道他这几年修炼到哪里去了，竟然能成仙降龙伏虎，还取消了他的死籍。玉帝道：“哪位神仙下凡来收服他？”话音未落。
At that time, people didn't take it seriously. They didn't know where he had been in his cultivation in the past few years. He was able to become an immortal, subdue dragons and tigers, and even canceled his death certificate. The Jade Emperor said, "Which god came down to earth to conquer him?" The words have not yet fallen.
群中星辰太白长庚现身，俯首称臣，道：“太上圣君，3界9窍通天者，皆可修道。但这猴子，天地养育，日月孕育，一行天地，时路时云，如今修炼道术。”
The star in the group, Taibai Chang'an, appeared, bowed his head and said, "The supreme sage, anyone with 9 orifices in the 3 realms that can reach the sky can practice Taoism. But this monkey is nourished by the heaven and the earth, bred by the sun and the moon. It also travels between the heaven and the earth, eating dew and clouds. Now, practice Taoism."
又有降龙伏虎之能，与人何异？请陛下谨记生死恩情，下诏召他上天，赐官职，名册于福禄，禁锢于此。若顺天意，日后升官赏赐；若为天意，即刻擒拿。
He also has the ability to subdue dragons and tigers. How is it different from humans? Your Majesty, please remember the kindness of life and death, issue an edict to summon him to heaven, grant him an official position, put his name on the talisman, and imprison him here. If he goes with God's will, he will be promoted and rewarded in the future. If he goes against God's will, he will be captured immediately.
一来不致调兵遣将，浪费兵力；二来也是擒拿先人的正道。玉帝大喜，太傅听了，说：“如您所愿。”当即命文曲星官起草诏书，太白金星官招安。
Firstly, it avoids wasting troops by dispatching generals, and secondly, it is the right way to capture the immortal. The Jade Emperor was overjoyed and said, "As you wish." Immediately ordered Wenkuxing official to draft an edict, and Tabai Jinxing official to recruit people.
金星接到命令，出了南天门，压下祥云，直奔花果山的水帘洞。他对众小猴说：“我是上天派来的天使，这里有圣旨，请大王来上界，你们赶紧报告。”
After receiving the order, Jin Xing left the Nanshanmen, suppressed the auspicious clouds, and went straight to the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain. He said to the little monkeys, "I am an angel sent from heaven. There is an imperial edict here. Please come to the upper world. Please report it quickly."
洞外的小猴们把消息传到洞深处，说：“大王，外面有一个老者背着一角文书，说是上天派来的天使，有圣旨请大王来。”孙悟空大喜，说：“
The little monkeys outside the cave spread the news to the depths of the cave and said, "Your Majesty, there is an old man outside, carrying a corner of documents on his back, saying that he is an angel sent by heaven, and he has an imperial edict to invite your Majesty." Sun Wukong was overjoyed and said,
这2天我正想着上天界走一走，不料有天使来请我。他大声喊道：“请大王快进来！”孙悟空赶紧穿好衣服，在门外迎接。金星面朝南走进来，说：“
In the past 2 days, I was thinking about going to heaven for a walk, but unexpectedly an angel came to invite me. He shouted loudly, "Please come in quickly, Your Majesty." Sun Wukong quickly put on his clothes and greeted him outside the door. Jin Xing walked in facing south and said,
我是西天太白金星，奉玉皇大帝旨意，特来请您上天庭领取仙证。”悟空笑着说：“多谢老星前来。”他叫小家伙们摆设酒席款待他。金星说：“我在天皇身边。”
"I am Taibai Jinxing in the west, and by the decree of the Jade Emperor, I am here to invite you to go to heaven to receive the immortal certificate." Wukong smiled and said, "Thank you, Lao Xing, for coming." He asked the little guys to prepare a banquet for him. Venus said, "I am by the Emperor's side."
不敢久留，请陛下随我来，等升天了再细细说。悟空说：“多谢陛下惠顾，我走了。”他便叫来4位壮将，吩咐他们说：“好好教导你们的子孙，我去天庭查明路。”
"I don't dare to stay for a long time. Please come with me, Your Majesty. I will tell you more in detail when I ascend to heaven." Wukong said, "Thank you for your patronage, Your Majesty. I'm leaving." Then he called 4 strong generals and told them, "Teach your descendants well. I will go to heaven to find out the way."
然后就接你们上天庭来住。4位壮将都答应了。孙悟空和金星飞上云霄，升入天界，晋升为天品，被列入云集宝卷。
Then I will take you to heaven to live there. The 4 strong generals agreed. Sun Wukong and Jin Xing flew into the sky, ascended to heaven, were promoted to Tianpin, and were included in the cloud-level treasure scroll.
不知道他们被授予了什么正式称号，等下章就知道了。第4章，任命为马主，名声亦不满，齐天不高兴。太白金星和孙悟空一起出了洞。
I don't know what official titles they were given, but we'll find out in the next chapter. Chapter 4. He was appointed as the horse owner. His reputation was also dissatisfied, and Qi Tian was unhappy. Taibai Jingxing and Sun Wukong came out of the cave together.
驾着云朵飞了上去。原来，悟空的筋斗云与众不同，速度很快，把金星甩在后面，先到了南天门。正当他要收回云朵向前走时，却被张天王、庞、刘、狗、毕、邓
flying up on the clouds. It turned out that Wukong's somersault cloud was different and very fast. He left Venus behind and reached the Nanchaman first. Just when he was about to take back the clouds and move forward, he was stopped by Zhang Tianwang, Pang, Lu, Go, Bai, Deng.
辛、张、陶带领的强大天兵挡住了，他们用枪剑戟把天门堵住，不让他进。孙悟空说：“这老金星是奸人，你既然邀请了我，为何让他用刀枪挡路？”正喊着
The powerful heavenly soldiers led by Xian, Zhang, and Tao blocked the gate of heaven with spears, swords, and halberds, preventing him from entering. Sun Wukong said, "This old Jin Xing is a traitor. Since you invited me, why did you let him block the road with swords and guns?" He was shouting.
金星突然到了，悟空怒道：“老头子，你敢骗我？你说是受玉皇大帝邀请来的，为何让这些人把天门堵住，不让我进？”金星笑道：“大王放心。”
Venus suddenly arrived. Wukong said angrily, "Old man, how dare you lie to me? You said you were invited by the Jade Emperor. Why did you let these people block the Tianmen and prevent me from entering?" Jin Xing smiled and said, "Don't worry, my lord.
你又没来过这天庭，又无名无姓，天兵天将对你来说都是陌生人，怎么会擅自放你进去呢？如今你既已见过天君，又受了仙符加冠，从今以后
You have never been to this heaven, and you are nameless. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals are all strangers to you. How could they let you in without permission? Now that you have met the heavenly king and been promoted by the immortal talisman, from now on,
你来去自如，谁能拦得住你呢？悟空道：“那我就不进去了。”金星拉住他的手道：“你还是跟我进去吧。”快到天门时，金星大叫一声，门将、官兵们让开路。
You come and go as you please. Who can stop you? Wukong said, Then I won't go in. Jin Xing took his hand and said, You'd better go in with me. As they approached Tianmen, Jin Xing shouted, Goalkeepers, officers and soldiers, get out of the way.
这是下界的仙人，我是玉皇大帝召来的。于是张大天王和其余天兵退了出去。孙悟空信以为真，带着金星慢慢往里面走去看看。真相出生下界。
This is an immortal from the lower world. I was summoned by the Jade Emperor. So King Zhang Datian and the rest of the heavenly soldiers withdrew. Sun Wukong believed it to be true, and slowly walked inside with Venus to have a look. What it really looked like, first ascending to the lower realm.
出入天界，万道金光滚滚红光，万道锐气喷出紫雾。只见南天门深绿色，琉璃瓦砌成，金光灿灿，是以宝玉。两边有数十位天元帅，各持几鞭，手握宝剑。
Entering heaven for the first time. Thousands of golden lights rolled into red light, and thousands of auspicious auras spewed out purple mist. I saw the Nantian Gate, which was dark green and made of glazed tiles. It was golden and decorated with precious jade. There are dozens of heavenly marshals on both sides, each holding a halberd and whip and a sword in his hand.
而他们周围还有数十位身穿金甲的神仙，各持几鞭，手握刀剑。外面还行，进去就惊艳了。内壁立着几根大柱子，柱子上缠着金鳞闪闪发亮的红龙。
And around them, there were dozens of gods wearing golden armor, each holding a halberd and whip, and a sword in his hand. It's okay outside, but it's amazing when you go in. There are several large pillars standing on the inner wall, and the pillars are wrapped with red dragons with shiny golden scales.
还有几座长桥，桥上有五彩羽毛的丹顶凤凰盘旋在空中。明亮的云彩映照着天空，绿色的雾气笼罩着斗口。天上有33座宫殿，分别是乾云宫。
There are also several long bridges with red-crested phoenixes with colorful feathers hovering in the sky. Bright clouds reflected the sky, and green mist enveloped Dooku. There are 33 palaces in the sky, namely Qianyun Palace.
碧沙宫、无名宫、太阳宫、华乐宫等各殿脊上吞噬着金兽，有72座宝殿，分别是昭辉殿、灵虚殿、宝光殿、天王殿、灵官殿等。各殿柱子上都立着玉麒麟。
There are Bisha Palace, Wuming Palace, Sun Palace, Huala Palace, etc., with golden beasts devouring the ridges of each palace. There are 72 treasure palaces, namely Chaohui Palace, Lingshu Palace, Beoguang Palace, Tianwang Palace, and Lingguan Palace. Wait, there are jade unicorns standing on the pillars of each hall.
寿星台上有万年不摘的名花，药炉旁有千万年常青的绣花草。朝觐楼前绛纱衣，星光闪耀，连冠金灿灿。玉簪珠履，紫绶带，金牌挂，金钟应响。
There are famous flowers on the birthday table that have not been picked for thousands of years. Beside the medicine stove, there are embroidered grasses that have been evergreen for thousands of years. In front of the Hajj Tower, there are crimson gauze clothes and starlight shining. The lotus crown is golden. Jade hairpins, beads, shoes, purple ribbons, and gold medals. When the golden bell rings,
三曹入红阶，天鼓一响，万圣拜谒玉皇大帝。凌霄宫内，玉门金钉，红门上彩凤翩翩。回廊处处精巧，三檐四簇，层层龙凤腾飞。上头是一只紫亮圆润。
The three chows entered the red stage, the heavenly drums sounded, and all the saints paid homage to the Jade Emperor. In the Lingshao Palace, there are golden nails on the jade door and colorful phoenixes on the red door. The cloister is exquisite everywhere, with 3 eaves and 4 clusters, layers of dragons and phoenixes soar. On top is a purple bright and round one.
熠熠生辉的金葫芦，下头是手持宝扇的天妃，手持现金的仙女，凶狠拍打皇帝的天将，骄傲地守护皇帝的仙女。中间一个玻璃盘中
A shining golden gourd. Below are the concubine holding a precious fan, a fairy holding a fairy scarf, a general slapping the emperor fiercely, and a fairy proudly guarding the emperor. In the middle, in a glass dish,
盛放着层层太乙丹，一个玛瑙瓶中盛放着数株扭曲的珊瑚树。只是天界里各种奇奇怪怪的东西都有，人间却没有。金宫、银宫、紫宫，还有美人花、玉草。
there are layers of taidan. An agate bottle contains several twisted coral trees. It's just that there are all kinds of weird things in heaven, but not in the human world. Golden Palace, Silver Palace, Purple Palace, as well as beauty flowers, jade grass.
月花，混沌王路过玉兔潭，金乌飞下来。孙悟空有机会来到天界，不会落入人间泥沼。太白金星领着孙悟空来到凌霄宫外，不等圣旨。
Jade flower. The king of chaos passed by the jade rabbit altar, and the golden crow flew down. Sun Wukong has the opportunity to come to heaven and will not fall into the quagmire of the human world. Tai Bai Jinxing led Sun Wukong to the outside of Lingshao Palace. without waiting for the imperial edict.
便径直来到皇帝面前行礼。悟空站在旁边，却没有行礼，而是听着金星的话。金星说道：“圣旨已下，妖仙来了。”玉帝在帘后问道：“妖仙是谁？”
He went straight to the emperor and saluted. Wukong stood nearby, but did not salute, but listened to Jin Xing's words. Jin Xing said, "The imperial edict has been issued, the demon immortal is here." The Jade Emperor asked from behind the curtain, "Who is the demon immortal?"
悟空行礼回答道：“我是孙悟空。”众仙们都大吃一惊，说：“这野猴子怎么不跪拜拜呢？竟敢说我是孙悟空，他该死，该死！”玉帝下令道。
Wukong saluted and replied, "I am Sun Wukong." All the immortals were shocked and said, "Why doesn't this wild monkey kneel down and worship? How dare he say, 'I am Sun Wukong'? He deserves to die, he deserves to die." The Jade Emperor ordered.
孙悟空是下界的妖仙，刚刚投胎做人，不会拜，请您暂且饶恕他。众仙们高呼谢谢。孙悟空深深地鞠了一躬。玉皇大帝召集文武众仙。
Sun Wukong is a demon from the lower world. He has just been reincarnated as a human being and does not know how to worship. Please forgive him for now. The immortals shouted, "Thank you." Sun Wukong bowed deeply. The Jade Emperor summoned all the civil and military immortals.
让孙悟空接替空缺的职位。武神走了过来，说：“天宫各殿堂官员众多，唯独御马府缺一个总管。”玉皇大帝下令，任他为御马官。众官员谢过。
Let Sun Wukong take over the vacant position. The god of war came over and said, "There are many officials in the various palaces of the heavenly palace, but the royal horse palace lacks a general manager." The Jade Emperor ordered, "Let him be the royal horse officer." The officials thanked him and
但他只是鞠躬。玉皇大帝于是派牧神护送他到御马府。当时孙悟空心里很高兴，就和木德星官一起去赴任。办完事，木德星官就回宫了。
But he just bowed. The Jade Emperor then sent the Wood God to escort him to Yuma Mansion. At that time, Sun Wukong was very happy and went to take office with Muda Xingguan. After finishing his work, Officer Mu Dexing returned to the palace.
天牢里聚集了御吏、副御吏、部骑、壮士、各级官员，检查天牢事务。只见天马千里，分别是花柳乞食、乞食、乞食仙里、龙眉紫烟、交易乞食、乞食阴历。
The wardens, deputy wardens, bookkeepers, warriors, and officials at all levels gathered in the heavenly prison to inspect the affairs of the heavenly prison. I saw the horses thousands of miles away, namely, Hualu begging for food, begging for food, begging for food in Xianli, Longmei Zian, Joey begging for food, begging for lunar calendar.
岂是飞黄，岂是泛雨，赤土朝光，更灿烂，更美丽。腾乌圣黄，追风逐地，天上飞天奔跑。一飘赤电，铜爵浮云。从龙湖，无尘子林，四季大原，八郡九邑，千里之外。
Begging for food and flying into the sky, begging for food in Sanskrit, the red rabbit is facing the light, more brilliant and more beautiful, the soaring crow holy emperor, chasing the wind and the earth, flying in the sky and running, a flash of red lightning, the copper prince floating clouds, Songlong Lake, the dust-free purple forest, for Ji Yuan, 8 horses and 9 wings, thousands of miles away.
这些良马，一匹匹，迎风嘶鸣，逐电驰骋，矫健有力，踏雾登云，雄健有力。孙悟空查看记录，清点马匹数量。这监狱里的记账人负责收草、调料。
These fine horses, one after another, neigh in the wind, gallop against the lightning, are strong and powerful, and can climb the clouds in the mist, strong and powerful. Sun Wukong checked the records and counted the number of horses. The bookkeeper in this prison is responsible for collecting grass and seasoning.
壮士负责刷马、绑草、饮水、煮草料，正副首领协助催工。弼马日夜不眠地喂养马匹，白天陪他们玩玩还行，晚上看守马匹却格外勤奋。马儿睡着了。
The strong men were responsible for brushing the horses, tying grass, drinking water, and cooking fodder. The chief and deputy leaders assisted in speeding up the work. Bai Ma worked day and night to feed the horses. It was okay to play with them during the day, but he was particularly diligent in guarding the horses at night. The horse fell asleep.
他就叫醒吃草，马儿跑了，他就捉住牵到食槽去。天马见了他，就垂耳敛蹄，肥肥的，不知不觉已经过了半个多月。一天，众人闲来无事。
He would wake the horse to eat grass. If the horse ran away, he would catch it and lead it to the trough. When the Pegasus saw him, it drooped its ears and folded its hooves, looking plump. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. One day, everyone had nothing to do.
监工们设宴欢迎孙悟空，祝贺他。众人饮酒之时，孙悟空突然不喝，问：“我这个弼马温的官衔是什么？”监工们说：“就是这个官衔。”他又问
The supervisors hosted a banquet to welcome Sun Wukong and congratulate him. When everyone was drinking, Sun Wukong suddenly stopped drinking and asked, "What is the official title of Bai Ma Wen?" The supervisors said, "That's the official title." He asked again. 这
个官是什么官衔？ 监工们说：“没有官衔。”孙悟空说：“没有官衔，那大概就是最大的官衔了吧？”众人说：“不大不大，就叫不入流。”孙悟空说：“什么叫不入流？”
What is the official title of this official? The supervisor said, There is no official title. Sun Wukong said, If there is no official title, then that is probably the biggest official title, right? Everyone said, If it's not big or big, it's not popular. Sun Wukong said, What does it mean to be unfavorable?
众人说：“低贱，这样的官衔最低、最小，只能照看马匹。大人到任后，他如此勤勉，把马匹喂得肥肥的，却只得到一句好字，马匹稍弱就要受到责备。”
Everyone said, insignificant. Such an official title is the lowest and smallest, and can only look after the horses. After the Lord arrived, he was so diligent and fed the horses until they were fat, but he only got the word good. If the horses were weak, they would have to take care of them, to be blamed.
马匹受了重伤，就要受到罚款、盘问。孙悟空一听这话，顿时怒不可遏，咬牙切齿地说道：“你们怎么可以这样瞧不起我？我是花果山的王者。”
If the horses are seriously injured, they will be fined and questioned. As soon as Sun Wukong heard this, he suddenly became angry and said with his teeth, How can you look down on me like this? I am the king of Huagua Mountain.
是花果山的祖师，你们怎么可以骗我给他养马？养马是小辈的卑贱工作，怎么可以这样对待我？我不干，我不干，我走了。孙悟空突然一声响，推开箱子。
It is the ancestor of Huagua Mountain. How can you lie to me to raise horses? Raising horses is the humble work of juniors. How can I treat me like this? I don't do it, I don't do it, I'm gone. Sun Wukong suddenly sounded and pushed the box.
取出耳朵里的宝物，一抖，用碗口粗的招数打出了御马厩，直奔南天门。天兵天将知道他受了仙印，是养马人，不敢阻拦，任由他逃出了天门。
He took out the treasure from his ears, shook it, and used a move as thick as the mouth of a bull to break out of the royal stable and went straight to Nanchunmen. The heavenly soldiers and generals knew that he had received the immortal seal and was a horse breeder, so they did not dare to stop him and allowed him to escape from the heavenly gate.
不一会儿，他便从云端下来，回到花果山，看见四大武士和各洞的魔王正在练兵。孙悟空厉声喝道：“各位同胞，我来了！”一群猴子纷纷叩头迎进洞里。
After a while, he came down from the clouds and returned to Huagua Mountain. He saw the 4 great warriors and the demon kings in each cave training their troops. Sun Wukong shouted sternly, "My compatriots, I'm here." A group of monkeys kowtowed and welcomed them into the cave.
请他登基设宴欢迎。他们纷纷说：“恭喜大王，您来到上界10多年了，相信您一定会光荣归来。”孙悟空说：“我来这里才半个多月，怎么就10多年了？”
Invite him to ascend the throne and hold a banquet to welcome him. They all said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have been in the upper world for more than 10 years. I believe you will return gloriously." Sun Wukong said, "I have only been here for more than half a month. Why has it been more than 10 years?"
猴子们说：“大王，您不知道天上的时间，天上一天就是下界1年。请问大王，您是何官？”孙悟空摇摇手，说也说不清，说也说不清，真是丢人。
The monkeys said, "My king, you don't know the time in the sky. One day in the sky is 1 year in the lower world. May I ask, my king, what official are you?" Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, "I can't explain clearly. I can't explain clearly." What a shame.
玉皇大帝不懂用人，看我这个样子，封我为弼马温。原来我是给他养马的，不算什么高官厚禄。我刚上任的时候，并不知道这些。
The Jade Emperor didn't know how to employ people. Seeing me like this, he named me by Ma Wen. It turned out that I was raising horses for him, so I was not considered a high-ranking official or well-paid person. I didn't know this when I first took office.
就在御马局里混日子。今天问起室友们，我才知道身份低微，很生气，推开桌子，不肯接受官职，就走了下去。众猴子说：“您来的正是时候。”
Just hang out in the Royal Horse Bureau. When I asked about my roommates today, I found out that I was of low status. I was very angry, pushed away the table, refused to accept the official position, and left. The monkeys said, "You came at the right time."
陛下是这福地的君王，您受人尊敬，心情愉快，怎么会甘心给他当马夫呢？便吩咐小家伙们赶紧备好酒给大王打气。正当他们饮酒狂欢之时，
Your Majesty is the king of this blessed land. You are respected and in a happy mood. How can you be willing to be his groom? Then he ordered the little guys to quickly prepare wine to cheer up the king. While they were drinking and having a carnival,
有人来报信，大王，门外有2个独角鬼王要见陛下。孙悟空说：“让他们进来吧。”鬼王整了整衣服，跑进洞里，拜了个遍。孙悟空问他：“你为何要见我？”鬼王说：
Someone came to report, Your Majesty, there are 2 one-horned ghost kings outside the door. They want to see Your Majesty. Sun Wukong said, "Let them come in." The Ghost King adjusted his clothes, ran into the cave, and worshipped. Sun Wukong asked him, "Why do you want to see me?" The Ghost King said,
我听说大王正在招揽人才，却无缘见陛下。如今见陛下得了天福，凯旋而归，特意奉上赤黄袍子与陛下庆贺。陛下若是肯收我为奴婢。
I heard that the king is recruiting talents, but I have no chance to see your majesty. Now seeing that his majesty has obtained the heavenly talisman and returned in triumph, I specially presented him with a red and yellow robe to celebrate with his majesty. If your majesty is willing to accept me as your slave.
我也愿意侍奉陛下，如狗如马。孙悟空大喜，穿上了赤黄袍子。众人高兴地排起长队拜见。鬼王立刻被任命为前巡抚先锋。鬼王谢过之后，又问大王
I am also willing to serve your majesty like a dog or a horse. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and put on a red and yellow robe. Everyone happily lined up to see him. The Ghost King was immediately appointed as the former governor and vanguard. After the Ghost King thanked him, he asked again, Your Majesty.
您来天庭已久，被赐了什么官职？孙悟空道：玉帝不重彩，封我为养马人。鬼王听了，道：大王，您有如此神通，何不让他养马？干脆当个齐天大圣。
You have been in heaven for a long time. What official position have you been given? Sun Wukong said, The Jade Emperor does not value talents, so he named me a horse breeder. After hearing this, the Ghost King said, Your Majesty, you have such magical powers. Why don't you let him raise horses? Just become a monkey king.
有什么不可以的？孙悟空听了大喜，连声说：好，好，好！吩咐4位壮士道：赶紧给我做一面旗子，旗子上写上齐天大圣4个大字，挂在杆子上。
What's not allowed? Sun Wukong was overjoyed after hearing this and said repeatedly, Okay, good. Good. He ordered the 4 warriors, Hurry up and make me a flag. Write the 4 characters Monkey King, on the flag and hang it on the pole.
以后只叫我齐天大圣，别再叫我王了。你们还可以告诉个洞府的妖王，让他们都知道。这话自然不用说。据说第2天玉皇大帝就开朝。
From now on, just call me Monkey King, don't call me king anymore. You can also tell the demon kings in each cave and let them all know. Of course it goes without saying. It is said that the Jade Emperor will hold court the next day.
张天师率领正副监马超来到丹池脚下叩谢道：皇上，新任嫔马温孙悟空自觉地位低下，昨日叛变天宫。正说话间，只见张天王率领天兵在南天门外。
Zhang Tianshi led the chief and deputy supervisors to the foot of the Danqi and knelt down to thank him. Your Majesty, the new concubine Ma Wen and Sun Wukong felt that their status was low and rebelled against the heavenly palace yesterday. As he was speaking, he saw Zhang Tianwang leading the heavenly soldiers outside the Nantian Gate.
夜到，品马温不知因何事走出天门了。玉皇大帝一听，立即传令道：“请两队天神各回各位，我派天兵将这妖怪擒拿。”
He also said, I don't know why concubine Ma Wen walked out of the heavenly gate. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor immediately sent an order. Please return to each other from the two teams of gods. I will send heavenly soldiers to capture this monster.
持塔天王李靖和三太子哪吒从天兵中走上前来，道：“皇上，我无能，但请皇上准我收服这妖怪。”玉皇大帝大喜，立即封持塔天王李靖为镇魔大元帅。
Li Jing, the heavenly king holding the pagoda, and Neza, the third prince, stepped forward from the heavenly soldiers and said, Your Majesty, I am incompetent, but please allow me to subdue this monster. The Jade Emperor was overjoyed and immediately named Li Jing, the heavenly king holding the pagoda, as the demon-suppressing marshal.
封三太子哪吒为三坛海会大神，并率军赶赴下界。李天王和哪吒叩头谢过，便进了宫殿，召集三军，率领各路头领，命巨灵为先锋，余父劫掠后方。
He named the third prince Neza as the great god of the three altar seas and led his army to the lower realm. King Li Tian and Neza kowtowed and thanked them, then entered the palace, summoned the three armies, led the leaders from all walks of life, ordered giant spirits to be the vanguard, and plundered the rear from the belly of the fish.
夜叉催兵，不一会儿，他们出了南天门，来到了花果山，选了一块平坦的地方扎营，传令给巨灵挑战。巨灵接到命令，按顺序起身，挥动玄华斧。
Yiksha urged his troops. After a while, they left Nanshanmen and came to Huagua Mountain. They chose a flat place to camp and sent orders to the giant spirits to challenge them. The giant spirit received the order, stood up in order, waved the Xianhua axe.
来到了水帘洞外，小洞外怪兽众多，全是狼、虫、虎、豹等，盘腿而立，手持长枪长剑，在那里跳跃咆哮。巨灵喝道：“你这个畜生，快去告诉弼马温。”
Arriving outside the water curtain cave. There are many monsters outside the small cave, including wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, etc., standing cross-legged, holding spears and swords, jumping and roaring there. The giant spirit shouted, You beast! Go and tell Bima Wen.
我是天上的将军，奉玉皇大帝的命令来捉拿他，叫他赶紧出来投降，免得我们受伤。妖怪们四散奔逃，向洞府报告，灾祸过去了，灾祸过去了。孙悟空问
I am a general in heaven, and I have come to capture him on the orders of the Jade Emperor. Tell him to come out and surrender quickly so that we don't get hurt. The monsters fled in all directions and reported to the cave, "The disaster is over. The disaster is over." Sun Wukong asked,
什么灾祸？妖怪们说，门外有一个将军，自称是大圣人，说是奉玉皇大帝的命令来捉拿他，叫他赶紧出来投降，免得我们受伤。孙悟空听了，说
"What disaster?" The monsters said, "There is a general outside the door who claims to be the great sage and says he is here to capture him on the orders of the Jade Emperor. Tell him to come out and surrender quickly so that we don't get hurt." Sun Wukong listened and said,
拿些铠甲给我，便戴上紫金冠、金甲、云鞋，手执如意金箍棒，率众出动，摆出阵势。巨灵睁开眼睛，看了孙悟空一眼，果然厉害。他穿着金灿灿的铠甲。
"Get me some armor." Then he put on the purple gold crown, golden armor, cloud shoes, and held the Rui golden hoop in his hand, led the crowd out of the cave, and formed a formation. The giant spirit opened his eyes and took a look at Sun Wukong. It was indeed powerful. He was wearing golden armor.
头上的金冠熠熠生辉，他手执金箍棒，脚穿云鞋，个个身形匀称。他眼中怪异如星，双耳披肩而立，坚毅不屈。他身形挺拔，多才多艺，声音洪亮如钟。
The golden crown on his head shines brightly. He holds a golden hoop in his hand, wears cloud shoes on his feet, and has a well-proportioned figure. His eyes were as weird as stars, his ears were draped over his shoulders, and he was determined and unyielding. He was tall and tall, versatile, and had a voice as loud as a bell.
他嘴里是马夫，一心想做圣人。巨灵大喝一声：“你这猴子，你认得我吗？”大圣闻言，焦急地问道：“你是谁？我从来没有见过你，快来介绍一下自己吧。”
He has a sharp tongue, is a groom, and wants to be a saint. The giant spirit shouted, "You monkey! Do you recognize me?" Hearing this, the great sage asked anxiously, "Who are you? I have never seen you before. Come and introduce yourself."
巨灵说道：“我要杀了你这只狡猾的猴子！你不认得我了。我是高天李天王的先锋巨灵将军，今天我是奉玉皇大帝的命令而来，我是来收留你的。”
The giant spirit said, "I'm going to kill you, you cunning monkey. You don't recognize me anymore. I am the pioneer giant spirit general of King Li Tian of Gao Tian. Today I am here under the order of the Jade Emperor. I am here to take you in."
你脱去衣服，服从天庭的恩惠，不然山里的动物全被杀光。你若不肯，一瞬间就会被打成粉末。孙悟空一听这话，勃然大怒， 说道：“你这毛头小子！”
You take off your clothes and obey the favor of heaven, otherwise all the animals in the mountains will be killed. If you don't agree, you will be beaten to powder in an instant. When Sun Wukong heard this, he became furious and said, You stupid boy!
别再吹牛，别再胡说八道了。我本来要一棍子打死你，又怕没人举报，我饶你一命，尽快回天庭去告诉玉皇大帝，他不用人才，我有无穷的本事。
Stop bragging. Stop talking nonsense. I originally wanted to beat you to death with a stick, but I was afraid that no one would report you. I will spare your life and return to heaven as soon as possible to tell the Jade Emperor. He doesn't need talents. I have infinite abilities.
我干嘛要给他养马？你看我旗子上的字，你若照此升迁，我就不用兵器，天下就太平了。你若不，我就攻打凌霄宫，让他在龙床上坐不住。巨灵听了这话，
Why should I raise a horse for him? Look at the words on my flag. If you are promoted according to this, I will not need weapons and the world will be peaceful. If you don't, I will attack Lingxiao Palace. Make him unable to sit still on the dragon bed. After hearing this, the giant spirit said,
睁开眼睛向风中望去，果然看见门外竖起一根高高的杆子，杆子上插着一面旗子，杆子上写着一个大字“齐天大圣”。巨灵冷笑3声，说：“你这无赖猴子！”
I opened my eyes and looked into the wind, and sure enough I saw a tall pole erected outside the door. There was a flag on the pole, and there was a big word, Monkey King, written on the pole. The giant spirit sneered 3 times and said, You rogue monkey.
不懂人间事，敢这么无礼，想当齐天大圣，拿我的斧子来，便将他砍倒了。孙悟空在家不忙，便抽出金箍棒迎上去。这一打，好个仗，棍棒叫如意。
You don't understand human affairs. You dare to be so rude. You want to be the Monkey King. Take my axe. Then he cut him down. Sun Wukong was not busy at home, so he drew out his golden cudgel and went to meet him. This fight was a good fight. The stick was called Rui.
斧头叫玄华，两人初次相遇，不知道实力如何。斧头和棍棒左右交叉，一个藏着法宝，一个大声吹牛，一动便喷云吐雾，张手一挥，土沙四散。天降神通。
The axe's name is Xianhua. The two met for the first time, and they didn't know what their strength was. The axes and sticks are crossed to the left and right. One is hiding a magic weapon, the other is bragging loudly, and spitting clouds and mist when it moves. With a wave of his hand, dust and sand are scattered in all directions. Heavenly generals have magical powers.
孙悟空的变化真是无穷无尽， 他举棒如龙戏水，斧来如凤穿花。巨灵的名声传遍天下，结果却发现他的身手不如他。大圣轻轻一挥铁棒。
The variations of Sun Wukong are truly endless. He lifts his stick like a dragon playing in the water, and his axe comes like a phoenix piercing flowers. The fame of the giant spirit spread throughout the world, but it turned out that his skills were inferior to him. The great sage waved the iron rod lightly.
正中他的脑袋，浑身麻木。巨灵抵挡不住，被孙悟空一拳打在头上。他慌忙用叉子挡住斧头，叉声一响，斧柄断成两截。他连忙退避，逃之夭夭。
It hit him right in the head, and his whole body was numb. The giant spirit couldn't resist and was punched on the head by Sun Wukong. He hurriedly blocked the axe with his fork. When the fork sounded, the axe handle broke into 2 pieces. He quickly retreated and fled.
孙悟空哈哈大笑，说：“小鬼，小鬼，我饶了你，快去传消息，快去传消息。”巨灵回到营门，见到了托塔天王。托塔天王慌忙跪下，说道：“弼马温果然厉害。”
Sun Wukong laughed loudly and said, little devil, I will spare you. Go and spread the news. Go and spread the news. The giant spirit returned to the gate of the camp and saw King Toda. King Toda hurriedly knelt down and said, Bima One is indeed amazing.
我没能战胜他，所以回来赔罪。李天王大怒，说道：“这家伙害了我灵，快把他带出去杀了。”哪吒太子出现，说道：“父亲，请您息怒，饶恕巨灵的罪过。”
I failed to defeat him, so I came back to apologize. King Li Tian was furious and said, This guy has harmed my spirit. Take him out and kill him. Prince Neza appeared and said, Father, please calm down and forgive the giant spirit's sins.
等我出去战斗，您就知道他的厉害了。天王听从了劝告，命令他回营等候处罚，自己掌管事情。哪吒太子全副武装，跳出营帐，冲到水帘洞外。
When I go out to fight, you will know how powerful he is. The King of Heaven listened to the advice and ordered him to return to the camp to wait for punishment and take charge of things himself. Prince Neza was fully armed, jumped out of the tent and rushed outside the water curtain cave.
悟空正赶来收兵，见哪吒如此勇猛，好太子，他头发披肩，聪明伶俐，骨子里透着秀气，不愧是天上的麒麟儿，云中的凤凰仙子。他本是龙，相貌不凡。
Wukong was coming to collect his troops and saw Neza being so brave. Good prince, he has shawl hair, is smart and delicate at heart. She is worthy of being the Chilunur in the sky and the Phoenix Fairy in the clouds. He is originally a dragon and has an extraordinary appearance.
年纪轻轻，看起来不像是普通人。他身带6种法器，飞天变幻无边，如今已受玉帝旨意，封为海会三坦。悟空上前问道：“小子，你是谁？”
He is young and does not look like an ordinary person. He carries 6 kinds of magical weapons and can fly in the sky with boundless transformations. Now he has received the decree of the Jade Emperor and has been named the 3 altars of Hai Hui. Wukong stepped forward and asked, "Who are you, kid?"
敢在我面前妄图什么？哪吒大叫道：“你这恶猴，你不认得我了吗？我是托塔天王的3太子哪吒，奉玉皇大帝之命前来捉拿你。”悟空笑道：“小太子
What do you dare to do in front of me?" Neza shouted, "You evil monkey! Don't you recognize me? I am Neza, the 3rd prince of King Toda, and I have come to capture you on the orders of the Jade Emperor." Wukong smiled and said, "Little prince."
你牙齿还在，头发还湿着，你敢说这么大的狂话？我饶你一命，不打你。你只要看我旗子上的字，拜见玉皇大帝。若是这个称号，不用挑人，我自会皈依。
Your teeth are still there and your hair is still wet. How dare you say such crazy things? I'll spare your life and won't beat you. You just need to read the words on my flag, meet the Jade Emperor. If this is the title, I will convert myself without having to transfer anyone.
你若不服我，必定要进凌霄宫来攻打我们。哪吒抬头一看，只见齐天大圣3个字。哪吒道：“这妖猴是有多厉害，敢自称？你别怕，拿我的剑来。”悟空说：“
If you don't obey me, you will definitely enter Lingshao Palace to attack us." Neza looked up and saw only the words, "Monkey King." Neza said, "How powerful is this monster monkey? Dare to call himself? Don't be afraid, take my sword." Wukong said,
我就站着不动，让你用剑砍我。哪吒大怒，大叫一声，变。他立刻变化成一个3头6臂的怪兽，手里拿着斩妖剑、斩妖刀、捆妖绳、降妖杵、绣球。
"I'll just stand still and let you cut me with your sword." Neza was furious and shouted, "Change!" He immediately transformed into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a demon-slaying sword, a demon-slaying knife, a demon-tying rope, a demon-subduing pestle, a hydrangea, and
火轮6种武器冲上来战斗。悟空见状，大吃一惊，说：“这小子还真会耍些花招，你别客气，看我神通广大。”善良的大圣大叫一声，变。
Fire will 6 weapons, rush forward to fight. When Wukong saw this, he was shocked and said, "This kid really knows how to do some tricks. You're welcome. Look at my great powers." The kind-hearted great sage shouted, change.
他也变化成一个3头6臂的怪兽，他一抖金箍棒，变成了3根，6只手拿着3根棍子挡在前面。这一战真是惊天动地，血腥至极。
He also transformed into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. He shook the golden hoop and turned it into 3. 6 hands held 3 sticks in front of him. This battle was truly earth-shattering and extremely bloody.
6臂太子哪吒和天生丽质的狮猴王遇到了真正的对手，遭遇了本源。一个被骗下凡，一个冒着斗牛的危险。斩妖剑锋利，斩妖刀凶悍，令神鬼担忧。
The 6-armed Prince Neza and the naturally beautiful Stone Monkey King met their true opponents and their true origins. One was deceived into going down to earth, and the other took the risk of a bullfight. The demon-slaying sword is sharp and the demon-slaying knife is fierce, making gods and ghosts worried.
捆妖绳如飞蟒，降妖杵如狼头，火轮光明灿烂，时常滚过绣球。大圣有3根如意棍，挡住前后，用计谋。几轮苦战，无疑胜负，但太子不肯罢休。
The rope for binding demons is like a flying python, and the pestle for subduing demons is like a wolf's head. The wheel of fire is bright and bright, and it often rolls over the hydrangea. The great sage has 3 wish-fulfilling sticks to block the front and back and use strategies. After several rounds of hard fighting, no one was victorious, but the prince refused to give up.
叫6道兵器变化万千，掷出数十万，头上生出。孙悟空毫不畏惧，哈哈大笑，铁棍翻滚翻腾，一变千变万，化作数万，如飞龙般在天空中飞舞。
Teach the 6 paths weapons to change in many ways, throw hundreds of thousands, and sprout from the head. Sun Wukong was not afraid, he laughed loudly, and the iron rod rolled and rolled, changing into tens of thousands, flying in the sky like a flying dragon.
各洞妖王惊恐万分，闭门不出，山中妖怪皆躲起头来。魔兵怒不可遏，金箍铁棍发出呼啸之声。那边天兵高呼，人人胆战心惊；这边猴妖挥舞旗帜。
The demon kings in each cave were so frightened that they could not come out. The demons in the mountains all hid their heads. The demon soldiers were furious, and the golden hoops and iron bars roared. Over there, the heavenly soldiers shouted, and everyone was trembling with fear. Here, the monkey demon waved his flag.
人人心惊胆战。2大猛兽家族斗得你死我活，谁强谁弱还不得而知。3太子与悟空大战30回合，各显神通，太子6件兵器化作千万。
Everyone was frightened. The 2 beast families are fighting to the death, and it is still unclear who is stronger and who is weaker. The third prince and Wukong fought for 30 rounds, each showing their magical powers. The prince's 6 weapons turned into tens of millions.
孙悟空金箍棒化作万千，空中如雨点流星，却又分不清高低。原来悟空机智过人，趁乱拔下一根头发，大叫一声变身，化作真身，手执木棒，化作哪吒。
Sun Wukong's golden cudgel turned into thousands, and the sky was like raindrops and shooting stars, but it was impossible to distinguish the high and low. It turned out that Wukong was so clever that he took advantage of the chaos and pulled out a piece of hair, shouted, "Transform," and transformed into his true body, holding a wooden stick in his hand, and transformed into Neza.
真身跃起，从哪吒脑后一棍打在哪吒左臂上。哪吒正施展法术，忽听棍声，闪躲不及，被棍击中，痛逃而去。他停止施展法术，将6件兵器重新带在身上。
The real body jumped up and hit Neza on his left arm with a stick from behind his head. Neza was casting a spell when he suddenly heard the sound of a stick and couldn't dodge. He was hit by the stick and ran away in pain. He stopped casting spells and put the 6 weapons on his body again.
败退而归。战场上的李天王早已看到这一幕，急于带兵前去救援，可太子却突然来到他面前，战战兢兢地报告道：“父亲，弼马温真厉害，我虽有神通。”
Returned in defeat. King Li Tian had already seen this scene on the battlefield and was eager to lead his troops to rescue him, but the prince suddenly came to him and reported tremblingly, "Father, Baimawen is really powerful. Although I have magical powers."
也打不过他，他已经伤了我的胳膊。天王大惊道：“这家伙神通广大，我们怎么可能打赢他？”太子道：“他在洞门外立了一面旗子，上面写着
I couldn't beat him, he had already hurt my arm." The King of Heaven was shocked and said, "This guy has great magical powers. How can we defeat him?" The prince said, "He set up a flag outside the cave door with the words,
齐天大圣3个字，他自己吹嘘。如果玉皇大帝能封他齐天大圣，我们所有的努力就白费了。要是他还不封他齐天大圣，
He boasted the words, Monkey King, Monkey King. If the Jade Emperor could confer him the title Monkey King, all our efforts would be in vain. If he still doesn't confer him the title of Monkey King,
我们一定会在凌霄宫里攻打他。天王道：“既如此，咱们就不打了，去上界禀报皇上，再派出更多的天兵围剿他，擒获这家伙也不迟。”太子深受痛苦。
we will definitely attack him in Lingshao Palace. The King of Heaven said, "In that case, let's stop fighting and go to the upper world to report to the Emperor. Then we will send more heavenly soldiers to surround him and capture this guy." It won't be too late. The prince is in pain.
无力再战，便随天王回天庭禀报。你看孙悟空胜利地回到山上，72个洞妖王和6位兄弟都来祝贺，在洞府里饮酒作乐。他却对6位兄弟说
Unable to fight anymore, he followed the king back to heaven to report. You see, Sun Wukong returned to the mountain victoriously. 72 cave demon kings and 6 brothers came to congratulate him and drank and had fun in the cave. But he said to the 6 brothers,
我既然叫齐天大圣，你们也可以叫我大圣。牛妖王突然叫道：亲爱的兄弟，你说的有道理，我就叫齐天大圣。龙妖王说：我就叫富海大圣。鹏妖王说：
Since my name is Monkey King, you can also call me Monkey King. The Bull Demon King suddenly shouted, Dear brother, what you said makes sense. My name is Monkey King. The Dragon Demon King said, My name is the Great Sage Fuhai. The Peng Demon King said,
我就叫混天大圣。狮子王说：我就叫移山大圣。猕猴王说：我就叫通气大圣。绒猴王说：我就叫驱神大圣。这时7位大圣人便随心所欲地自称名字。
My name is Great Sage Huntian. The Lion King said, My name is the Great Sage who can move mountains. The Macaque King said, My name is the Great Sage of Ventilation. The Marmoset King said, My name is the Great Sage. At this time, the 7 great saints called themselves names as they pleased.
嬉闹了一天，便各奔东西了。李天王和3太子率领众将领来到凌霄宫，说道：我们奉天地之命下凡讨伐妖怪孙悟空，没想到他法力无比。
After playing around for a day, they went their separate ways. King Li Tian and the 3rd prince led all the generals to Lingshao Palace and said, We were ordered by the Emperor of Heaven to go down to earth to defeat the monster Sun Wukong. Unexpectedly, he has incredible power.
竟然不能战胜他，还望陛下派兵相助，将他消灭。玉帝说道：妖猴何其厉害，何必多派兵相助？太子上前说道：还请陛下免去我的死刑。
Unable to defeat him. I also hope that your majesty will send troops to help and eliminate him. The Jade Emperor said, The demon monkey is so powerful, why do we need to send more troops to help? The prince stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, please spare me the death penalty.
妖猴用铁棍打败了巨灵，又打伤了我的胳膊。洞门外挂着一面旗子，上面写着“齐天大圣”3个字。据说给他这个官职，他就不战而降。
The demon monkey defeated the giant spirit with an iron rod and injured my arm. There was a flag hanging outside the cave door with the words, Great Sage equaling Heaven written on it. It was said that if he was given this official position, he would surrender without a fight.
要不是这个官职，他早就攻打凌霄宫了。玉帝听后大吃一惊，说道：“这妖猴怎么敢如此嚣张？”立即下令众将领杀了他。正说话间
If it weren't for this official position, he would have attacked Lingxiao Palace long ago. The Jade Emperor was shocked when he heard this and said, "How dare this monster monkey be so arrogant?" He immediately ordered the generals to kill him. While talking,
太白金星出现在队伍中，说道：“那恶猴只知道说话，不知道大局。我们要派更多的军队去对付他，但一时之间无法制服他，又会浪费我们的兵力。”
Taibai Jinxing appeared in the team and said, "That evil monkey only knows how to talk and does not know the overall situation. We have to send more troops to deal with him, but we cannot subdue him for a while, and it will be a waste of our troops."
不如陛下仁慈一点，下诏招安他，封他为齐天大圣，只给他一个虚名，一个没有俸禄的官职。玉帝道：“为什么叫没有俸禄的官职呢？”金星道：
It would be better for your majesty to be more merciful and issue an edict to recruit him and make him the great sage of heaven, giving him only a false name and an official position without salary. The Jade Emperor said, "Why is it called official position without salary?" Jin Xing said,
他可以被称为齐天大圣，但我不会给他任何职责和俸禄，而是把他留在天地之间，平息他的恶心，不让他嚣张，那么天下就太平了，大海就太平了。
He can be called the Monkey King, but I will not give him any responsibilities or salary. Instead, I will keep him between heaven and earth to calm his nausea and prevent him from becoming arrogant. Then the world will be peaceful and the sea will be peaceful.
玉帝道：“如您所说。”他立即下诏，打发金星走了。金星又从南天门出来，到花果山的水帘洞外观看。这一次和上次不同，威风凛凛，杀气腾腾，各种妖魔。
The Jade Emperor said, "As you said." He immediately issued an edict and sent Venus away. Venus came out from Nanchaman again and went to watch outside the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain. This time was different from last time, majestic and murderous. All kinds of monsters.
一个个手执剑矛刀棍，在那里吼叫跳跃，见到金星，纷纷上前攻击。金星道：“首领来了，请转告你们大圣，我是神派来的天使，有神旨请他来。”
One by one, holding swords, spears, knives and sticks, they roared and jumped there. When they saw Venus, they all stepped forward to attack. Jin Xing said, "The leader is here. Please tell your great sage that I am an angel sent by God. He has been invited to come by God's decree."
妖魔们跑进来报告，外面有个老头，说他是上界来的天使，有神旨请你们来。悟空道：来得好，来得好。我想上次来的应该是太白金星吧。
The demons ran in and reported, "There is an old man outside, saying that he is an angel from the upper world. He has a divine decree to invite you to come." Wukong said, "Well done, well done. I think the one who came last time should be Taibai Jinxing."
他那次请我上天庭，我虽然官职不够高，但上过天庭一次，知道天门内外的路。他这次又来，必定是好意，便吩咐众头领升起列队迎接。
He invited me to go to heaven that time. Although my official position was not high enough, I had been to heaven once and knew the way inside and outside the gate of heaven. He must have good intentions when he comes again this time. Then he ordered the leaders to raise flags and line up to welcome him.
大圣为首的众猴，头戴冠冕，披着铠甲，铠甲上披着黄色的袈裟，脚穿云履，急忙出动，躬身行礼，喊道：老星请进，恕我未能迎接到您。金星走上前去。
The monkeys headed by the great sage, wearing crowns and armors with ochre yellow cassocks and cloud shoes on their feet, hurried out of the cave, bowed and saluted, and shouted, "Old star, please come in. Forgive me for not being able to greet you." To you. Venus stepped forward.
进入洞中，面朝南立着，说道：大圣，我告诉你，先前你因为嫌弃自己卑微的地位，所以逃离了马政。马政的官员们向玉皇大帝禀报了此事。
Entering the cave, he stood facing south and said, "Great sage, let me tell you that you fled from Ma Zheng because you disliked your humble status." The officials of Ma Zheng reported this to the Jade Emperor.
玉皇大帝说道：官职都是从下到上，你为什么嫌弃自己卑微的地位呢？于是李天王就带着哪吒下凡打仗，他不知道大圣的神通，所以被打败了。
The Jade Emperor said, "Official positions are from bottom to top. Why do you despise your humble position?" So King Li Tian took Neza down to fight. He didn't know the great sage's magical power, so he was defeated.
他回到天庭禀报道：大圣立起要当齐天大圣，众将还在犹豫，是我冒着危险替你禀报的。我请大王赐给我福禄，玉皇大帝同意了，所以我来请你批准。
He returned to heaven to report. The great sage set up a flag to become the great sage, but the generals are still hesitant. I took the risk to report it for you. I asked the king to give me the talisman. The Jade Emperor agreed, so I came. Please approve.
悟空笑着说：我以前那么努力，现在你又对我这么好，多谢多谢。不过，不知道上天能不能给我一个齐天大圣的称号？金星说：我赶来这里。
Wukong smiled and said, "I worked so hard before, and now you are so kind to me. Thank you so much. However, I wonder if God can give me the title of Monkey King? Jin Xing said, I dare to come here.
是上天同意了的，如果不同意，受罚的是我。悟空大喜，恳求留下来吃酒，他却不肯。于是与金星驾云来到南天门，天兵天将们都向他打招呼。
God agreed. If I don't agree, I will be punished. Wukong was overjoyed and begged to stay for a drink, but he refused. So he and Jin Xing drove the clouds to the Nantian Gate, and the heavenly soldiers and generals all greeted him.
直奔凌霄宫，金星行礼道：“奉旨召见侍卫孙悟空。”玉帝道：“孙悟空，你过来，我今封你为齐天大圣，虽为大官，但不可妄为。”猴子只点头道谢。
Go straight to Lingxiao Palace. Jingxing saluted and said, I have been ordered to summon the guard Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor said, Sun Wukong, come here. I will now make you the go straight to Lingxiao Palace. Jingxing saluted and said, I have been ordered to summon the guard Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor said, Sun Wukong, come here. I will now make you the great sage of the world. Although you are a high official, you must not act rashly. The monkey only nodded and thanked him.
玉帝立即命令张、陆两位工程官在桃花源右侧为齐天大圣修建宫殿。宫殿内设2个司，一为太平司，一为太平司，两司都有仙官供养。
The Jade Emperor immediately ordered 2 engineering officers, Zhang and Lu, to build a palace for the Monkey King on the right side of the Peach Blossom Spring. There are 2 departments in the palace. One is the Taiping Department and the other is the Taiping Department. Both departments are supported by immortal officials.
又派5星圣军护送悟空归位，并赐给他2瓶御酒、10朵金花，嘱咐他心平气和，不要再胡作非为。孙悟空信以为真。
He also sent the 5-star Saint King to escort Wukong back to his throne, and gave him 2 bottles of imperial wine and 10 golden flowers, and told him to be calm and stop misbehaving. Sun Wukong believed it to be true.
这天，他和5星圣军一起来到府邸，打开酒瓶，和大家一起喝酒。只有在天堂，他才心满意足，快乐无忧，无忧无虑。
On this day, he came to the mansion with the 5-star Saint King, opened the wine bottle, and drank with everyone. Only in heaven will he be content, happy, and carefree.
仙人的名字将永远铭刻在长生符上，流传千古，不再陷入轮回。毕竟不知道接下来会发生什么，还是等下一集看看吧。
The name of the immortal will be forever engraved on the longevity talisman, passed down through the ages, and will no longer be trapped in reincarnation. After all, We don't know what will happen next, so let's wait and see in the next episode.
第5章，大圣盗取仙丹，反叛天宫神仙捉妖。孙悟空毕竟是妖猴，也不知道官衔、俸禄，只知道名字。孙悟空宫下2位仙官日夜侍奉他。
Chapter 5 The great sage steals the elixir and rebels against the gods in heaven to catch monsters. After all, Sun Wukong is a demon monkey, and he doesn't know his official title or salary, he only knows his name. 2 immortal officials from Sun Wukong's palace serve him day and night.
他只知道1日3餐吃，晚上睡一张床。他无忧无虑，自由自在。闲暇时，他便会有游宫，结交朋友，结拜兄弟。见了3卿，就称呼他们为老夫；见了4皇子。
All he knew was to eat 3 meals a day and sleep on a bed at night. He is carefree and free. In his spare time, he would visit the palace with friends, make friends, and become brothers. When he met the Sanqing, he called them old man. When he met the 4th prince, he called them old man.
就称呼他们为陛下。他把9星、5方、28宿、4大天王、12元辰、5方、宇宙星宿、银河诸神都当兄弟，互相称呼名字。他今天东游，明天西游，行踪不定。
Just call them Your Majesty. He regarded the 9 stars, 5 directions, 28 constellations, for heavenly kings, 12 Yuan Chens, 5 directions, universe stars, and the Milky Way as brothers and called each other by name. He travels east today and west tomorrow. His whereabouts are uncertain.
一天，玉皇大帝正在开早朝，徐景阳从队伍里走出来，低头说道：“齐天大圣现在无所事事，和天上所有的星宿都结交了朋友，不分贵贱。”
One day, the Jade Emperor was having his morning dynasty. Su Jingyang walked out of the queue and lowered his head and said, "The Monkey King has nothing to do now. He has made friends with all the stars in the sky, regardless of high or low."
怕他日后惹祸上身，不如给他一个任务，免得再惹祸上身。玉皇大帝一听，立刻下达圣旨。孙悟空高兴地赶来，说：“皇上，你要我什么赏赐呢？”玉皇大帝说：“
I am afraid that he will get into trouble in the future, so why not give him a task to avoid getting into trouble again?" When the Jade Emperor heard this, he immediately issued an imperial edict. Sun Wukong came over happily and said, "Your Majesty, what reward do you want from me?" The Jade Emperor said,
我看你无事可做，就给你一个任务，你暂时管理蟠桃园，日夜照看好它。大圣高兴地谢过玉皇大帝，鞠躬离去。他等不及忙活了，便进桃园里去查看。
I see that you have nothing to do, so I will give you a task. You can temporarily manage the peach garden and take care of it day and night. The great sage thanked the Jade Emperor happily, bowed and left. He couldn't wait to get busy, so he went into the Taoyuan to inspect.
园中一位土神拦住他，问：“你去哪里？”大声说：“我是玉皇大帝任命来掌管桃园的，特来查看。”土神躬身一礼，叫那些正在挖树、挑水、捡桃。
An earth god in the garden stopped him and asked, "Where are you going?" The great sage said, "I was appointed by the Jade Emperor to take charge of the peach garden, and I came here to inspect it." The earth god bowed and called out to those who were digging trees and carrying water. Cut peach.
打扫的壮士来见大圣，叩头领他进去。只见花开灿烂，树上处处挂满果实，果实压得枝头垂下，如锦缎，花开满树上，一簇簇胭脂，时而开花结果。
The strong cleaning man came to see the great sage, kowtowed and led him in. All I saw was, the flowers were blooming brilliantly and the trees were full of fruits. The fruits are so heavy that the branches hang down like brocade. The flowers bloom all over the tree, like clusters of rouge. Sometimes it blooms and bears fruit.
千秋无冬，万年迟熟。先熟的脸色通红，上升的皮绿带晶，皮绿带烟，日照灿烂，红艳艳的。树下奇花异草，四季不凋，左右亭阁屋宇，常有云霞红影。
There is no winter in 1,000 years, and it matures late in 10,000 years. Those that ripen first are red in color, those that are still young have green skin and stems. The skin is green with smoke, and the sun shines brightly, and the skin is red. Under the trees, there are exotic flowers and grasses that never wither in all seasons, and the pavilions and houses on the left and right are often reflected by the clouds and rainbow shadows.
不是玄都一般的树种，而是西王母亲自栽培的。大圣看了许久，就问土神有多少棵树。土神答道：一共有3600棵，前1200棵花小果小。
It is not a common tree species in Xuandu, but one cultivated by Queen Mother of the West. The great sage looked at it for a long time and then asked the earth god, "How many trees are there?" The earth god replied, "There are 3,600 trees in total. The first 1,200 trees have small flowers and small fruits.
3000年一熟，吃了可以长生不老，身体健康轻盈。中间1200颗花层层，果香甜美，6000年一熟，吃了可以升天长生。后1200颗麦子黄，籽粒丰盈。
It is ripe once every 3,000 years. If you eat it, you will live forever and be healthy and light. There are 1,200 flowers in the middle. The fruit is sweet and ripe every 6,000 years. If you eat it, you can ascend to heaven and live forever. The last 1,200 trees have purple-yellow veins and plump seeds.
9000年一熟，吃了可以与天地同寿，日月同寿。大圣听后大喜，当天就查看了树木，视察了亭台楼阁，就回家了。从此，他3、5天就来参拜一次，不交朋友。
Once cooked in 9,000 years, if you eat it, you can live as long as heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. The great sage was overjoyed after hearing this. He inspected the trees, pavilions that day, and then went home. From then on, he came to worship once every 3 to 5 days without making any friends.
也不旅行。有一天，他看见老树枝头上的桃子大多熟了，他想尝尝仙桃，可是齐天府的土豪、壮士、仙官都紧跟着他。他突然想出一计，说
Nor traveling. One day, he saw that most of the peaches on the old branches were ripe. He wanted to taste the fresh peaches, but the rich men, strong men, and immortal officials of Chitian Mansion were following him closely. He suddenly came up with a plan and said,
你们都出去等我，让我在这亭子里休息一会。众仙便走了。孙悟空脱掉官服，爬上树，摘下熟透的桃子，摘了一大把，在枝头上尽情享用。吃饱了，
You all go out and wait for me. Let me rest in this pavilion for a while. The immortals then left. Sun Wukong took off his crown, climbed up the tree, picked a large handful of ripe peaches, and enjoyed them on the branches. When he was full,
他便从树上跳下来，戴上官服，叫大家回宫。3、2天后，他又去偷桃，尽享其乐。一天，王母娘娘设宴，打开宝阁，在瑶池里举行盛大的蟠桃宴。
he jumped down from the tree, put on his crown and robe, and called everyone back to the palace. 3 or 2 days later, he went to steal peaches again and enjoyed themselves. One day, the Queen Mother held a banquet, opened the treasure pavilion, and held a grand peach banquet in the Yaoqi.
他命令红衣仙女、绿衣仙女、白衣仙女、黑衣仙女、紫衣仙女、黄衣仙女、绿衣仙女提着花篮到蟠桃园摘桃设宴。七衣仙女来到园门口，
She ordered the fairies in red, green, white, black, purple, yellow and green to carry flower baskets and go to the peach orchard to pick peaches for a banquet. The fairy in 7 clothes came to the gate of the garden.
看见蟠桃园土地神、壮士和齐天公2位仙官守在门口。仙女走上前来，说：“我们是奉王母娘娘的旨意来摘桃设宴的。”土地神说：“仙女，请等一下。”
I saw the 2 immortal officials of Pantaoiwan, the earth god, the strong man, and Chitian Palace guarding the door. The fairy came forward and said, "We are here to pick peaches for a banquet at the request of the Queen Mother." The Earth God said, "Fairy, please wait a moment."
今年和往年不一样，玉皇大帝派齐天大圣来这里督办，我们一定要通知大圣才敢开园。仙女问：“大圣在哪儿？”土地神说：“大圣在花园里，他累了。”
This year is different from previous years. The Jade Emperor sent the Monkey King here to supervise the operation. We must inform the Monkey King before we dare to open the park. The fairy asked, "Where is the great sage?" The Earth God said, "The great sage is in the garden. He is tired."
在亭子里睡觉。仙女说：“既如此，就去找他，不要迟疑。”土地神跟着仙女进去，到了花亭，却找不到大圣，只有衣服和帽子还在，不知道他去了哪里，到处找。
Sleeping in the pavilion. The fairy said, "In that case, go to him without hesitation." The land god followed the fairy in. When he arrived at the flower pavilion, he couldn't find the great sage. Only his clothes and hat were still there. He didn't know where he had gone. He looked everywhere.
也没找到。原来大圣玩了一会儿，吃了几个桃子，就变成了一个2寸长的人，在树顶茂密的树叶下睡着了。七仙女说：“我们是奉皇上旨意来的。”
Not found either. It turned out that the great sage played for a while and ate a few peaches, then turned into a 2-inch-long man and fell asleep under the dense leaves on the top of the tree. The fairy in 7 clothes said, "We are here according to the emperor's will."
找不到大圣，怎敢空手而归？仙女使者道：“仙女们既然奉皇上旨意而来，就不必多言了。我们大圣人素来悠闲自得，想必是到园中会有去了。”
If you can't find the great sage, how can you dare to return empty-handed? The fairy messenger said, "Since the fairies have come according to the emperor's will, there is no need to say more. We, the great sage, have always been leisurely and contented. We must have gone to the garden to meet friends."
你去摘桃子，我们替你回信。仙女按照吩咐到树林里摘桃子。她先从前面的树上摘了2筐，又从中间的树上摘了3筐。
You go pick peaches, and we'll answer your letter for you. The fairy followed the instructions and went to the woods to pick peaches. She first picked 2 baskets from the tree in front, and then picked 3 baskets from the tree in the middle.
然后又到后面的树上摘桃子。他看见树上花果稀少，只有少数几棵茎上长着毛，皮是绿色的，原来熟了的都被孙悟空吃了。七仙女四处张望。
Then he went to the tree behind to pick peaches. She saw that there were few flowers and fruits on the tree. Only a few stems had hair on them and the skin was green. It turned out that all the ripe ones were eaten by Sun Wukong. The 7 fairies looked around.
只见朝南的树枝上只剩下一个半红半白的桃子。绿衣姑娘用手把树枝扯断，红衣姑娘摘了下来，却又把树枝放了起来，放开了。原来大圣变了形。
I saw only a half-red and half-white peach left on the branch facing south. The girl in green broke the branch with her hands, and the girl in red picked it off, then put the branch back up and let go. It turns out that the great sage has changed his shape.
正睡在这枝头上，被他叫醒了。大圣立刻显出真身，从耳朵里掏出一个金箍，一挥，粗如碗口，喝道：“你是那地方来的妖怪，竟敢偷我的蟠桃！”
I was sleeping on this branch when I was woken up by him. The great sage immediately revealed his true form, took out a golden hoop from his ear, waved it,